Today we're going to be trying to finish up some stuff on Saipan. We're going to be working on version 2.0. This thing is officially test ready. One of the biggest things that I got to do is spread out the initial attacking waves. We're going to go ahead and do that now before we get too deep into the weeds. Then I'm going to be adding some victory and failure conditions. Those will be based off of the status of the aircraft carriers. So once all 5 aircraft carriers are sunk, then the mission will be officially over mechanically within the game, as opposed to just honor systeming it. So here's our torpedo guys now. We got squadrons 1 through 10. This is how they're already spaced out, and this is the biggest source of lag right now. And in order to mitigate it a little bit, we're just going to take these guys and we're just going to kind of string them out just a little bit better. And just sort of just drag them out. These are their initial starting positions, and they will go and attack the enemy fleet from here. I've got them set so here's the Japanese fleet and there's the American fleet. I've got them spaced out so that they overfly the Japanese fleet on the way to the American fleet. That way the players can find them more easily and latch onto them, because these are basically the safety net. And now they are strung out over a much wider area, an area of about 10 kilometers. And you know, that might be a little bit too much. It might be just right. Who knows? But we'll give that a shot and see how that feels. Now, right above them here, we've got the dive bombers as well. It's a group of 10 dive bombers. And we're just going to try to we're going to look straight down into the middle of the group. And we're just going to slide these dive bombers over so that they're kind of packed right into the middle of it. So those dive bombers will start their run. The reason they're spaced out like that is initially the main surge of torpedo bombers coming in was causing a bit of lag, as all the torpedoes were in the water and detonating and swimming together. And it was kind of tolerable, but that was at like 1/3 scale. So we're going to be spacing it out a little bit better. Now, that was 10 kilometers over there, so we're going to try to do about the same thing. Here's about a 10-kilometer circle. We're just going to get these American ones spaced out to be very similar without moving the Americans too much closer, because it kind of goes Japanese first, then the Americans. So the two sides of the waves were already spaced out. We're going to try to preserve that spacing a little bit. And so I'm just going to use this little circle as a guide, so that I don't put them too far forward. Now the nice thing is now that they're spaced out like this, they should stay pretty well spaced out throughout the duration of the mission, because their respawning is based on their death, and their death is based on their attack. They really don't die until they've made their attack. All right, where's our dive bombers? The Japanese dive, or the US dive bombers, are around here somewhere. Did I not? Is this them? No? Hold on, let me just... Where the hell? Oh, they're right here. I'm looking right at them. So here's the dive bombers. We're going to do the same thing with them. Just kind of put ourselves right over this circle, look straight down onto it. And that's kind of the middle of the group. So that way the dive bombers are arriving right around the same time that the torpedoes are in the water. Alright, so we're done with this circle now, and that is pretty much good. Beyond that, we need to set some logic for these ships out here to attack the fleet, because they did not seem to be... They have a target. The target for them is the US fleet, but they did not seem to be executing that like innate command. So we're just going to give them a one little trigger just to help them along a little bit. So this is flank attacks. And this is going to be an event that is triggered at the initialization of the mission. It does not need to be periodic. It only needs to happen one time right at the beginning. And the action is going to be unit, nope, got to spell unit correctly, unit attack target. The unit attack target, we're going to go ahead and there's not that many of them, so I'm not going to bother making a squad for them. So we're just going to say the objects are the, hold on, I might need to rename them though. Let's go ahead and give them some intelligent names just for the sake of organization. So yeah, I just got them as ships 07. We're going to call this US flank 01. And we'll call this US flank 02. We'll give this guy US flank 03. So that way we can, oh, you know what? That's the Japanese ones. We'll call it JP flank. JP flank. Otherwise I would have told them to do the wrong thing. And once we create this trigger for them, they should conduct their task much more effectively than they were. They didn't have waypoints before, and they seemed to stay stationary. I think they were attacking, they just weren't moving towards the objects as I intended. So this is Japanese flank 01. And so we're just going to give them a... Oh, wow, it keeps naming it 04. Did I not? Right. Because that's not the Japanese side, that's the US side. Thank you, naming scheme, for keeping me in line. We got US flank 01. We got US flank 02. And US flank 03. Now these ships are just to kind of keep things interesting, and they sort of appear on an unexpected flank of the fleets as they move along their progress line. You can see the Japanese fleet moves along those far orbs, and the US fleet moves along these near orbs. So we just want these ships to kind of come in at random intervals and just gives a reason for the people to, you know, be looking around them. They're actually pretty effective. They've got good AA. They're not toned down like the actual fleets themselves, so they will be pretty good at defending themselves, making it difficult for aircraft to go out there and dispatch them. The aircraft can, they'll just, you know, need to be careful about how they do it. And that should just kind of make sure that the mission's not, you know, we just want the ships kind of looking a little bit everywhere as opposed to only looking one direction. Alright, so we've got unit attack target, and we're going to say the object is US flank 01. We're going to add another object for US flank 02. And we're going to add another object for US flank 03. So this is who we're talking to. And we're saying, hey, ships 1, 2, and 3 on the US side, go and attack the target. Go and attack the target IJN fleet. And now the IJN fleet is a squad here. Oh, no, hold on. Yeah. US is attacking the Japanese side, and the Japanese will attack the US side. That makes sense. So the fleets, each fleet has a bunch of squad members inside of it, and you can see those yellow ships out there in the distance. That is the US fleet minus the aircraft carriers, and the US fleet plus the aircraft carriers. Now, that's the next thing that I'm going to get into once I finish this trigger. Here we go, we got the Japanese fleet minus the CVs, and we've got the US fleet plus the CVs. Now, that is, the next thing we're going to get into is actually adding the aircraft carriers to the fleet once the mission is about a little bit more than halfway done. The reason we're going to do that is because the AI aircraft exclusively attack the fleet ships, minus the CVs. And that's done on purpose, so that way the AI aircraft aren't wiping out the aircraft carriers too early in the match. But as that fleet dies, it does not replenish. So as the mission grows older, once the mission gets to about here, the AI will have wiped out most of the US fleet, and then they just kind of like fly around idle. Now I could do a bunch of complex triggers and whatnot in order to like disable the initial behavior and then make new behavior to attack the actual entire US fleet. But that would be a whole extra series of triggers and just take up a whole lot of space. The easier way for me to do this is going to be to add the aircraft carriers to the US fleet minus the CVs, add it to this squadron, so that the aircraft carriers, after a set amount of time, become an applicable target. So that's the next thing we're going to get into. I'll explain more on that a little bit later. But we've got unit attack target, and we're also going to give an action for unit move to. We might need to set this as periodic. Yeah, we're actually going to set that as periodic. So let's go ahead and just copy this one over and paste it. Oh, you gotta copy it and paste it. There we go. All right, I pasted that time. So this is the exact same command here, but we're gonna just change it so it's the Japanese flank 01, the Japanese flank 02, and the Japanese flank 03. And then we're going to have them attack the US fleet. All right, perfect. So now these ships will be given behaviors to attack the enemy fleet. But we also need another trigger that is going to be flank move, because I'm not sure that the attack behavior is going to get the ships to actually carry forward speed. So in order to give them some forward speed, we're going to give them a periodic event of we're just gonna, this is a very non-critical event, so we're just gonna do it at like 2-minute intervals just so it doesn't cycle all that often. So it's a periodic event of 120 seconds, and the action is going to be unit move to. So every 2 minutes, these ships will be told to move to wherever the US fleet is. So the objects are going to be the US flank 01. We're going to add an object for the US flank 02. And then we're going to add the final object here for the US flank 03. We're also going to include... No, we're not going to include those guys. Disregard. Let me see. And then the target where they are moving to will be the IJN fleet. So wherever the IJN fleet is, every 2 minutes, these destroyers out here will be moving at maximum speed towards the objects, while they're also being told to attack the objects. And then we're just going to go ahead and copy this up, paste it, and then carry it right over to the Japanese side. So we're going to have Japanese flank 01, and Japanese flank 02, and Japanese flank 03 going against the US fleet. So just 2 little mirrored commands, one for each side. And that is done. Now the only other thing that I want to take a look at is these 2 here. I've got these battleships set just as a fun way to give the surface combatants something majorly important to go after at the beginning of the mission. And this is Japanese attack ship number 1. It's not a flank attacker. Its target is going to be the US fleet. It did not have a target before. And then we got the US attacker 01, and its target is going to be the IJN fleet. And that ought to be just about that. Now those 2 guys actually have waypoints. I don't want to tell them to move too, because they're actually starting from cover. Initially, you cannot see them. They are hidden, obscured behind the terrain of the map. We're actually going to move this guy over a little bit and just put him right out of the line of sight so that people can't see it when they spawn in. We're going to put him like right here, and we're going to put this other one like right here, and just kind of give them an initial sailing direction. This guy just needs to be rotated a little bit that way. That little red spike right there is the direction they'll be facing when they first spawn in. This guy needs to be set to an altitude of 0. He's below the ocean, but we can fix that pretty easily. We'll do the same thing for this guy, just give him an altitude of 0. Alright, now their waypoints, this guy's waypoint is right here, so we just need to make sure that that waypoint is gonna clear this actual island here. I gotta grab a different perspective in order to get a hold of it. Alright, so we're gonna grab this waypoint, and there we go. Now I got the flat bits. We're gonna give him one waypoint there, so that he clears the horn of this little island here, and then we're gonna create another waypoint for him, and just have him sail parallel to the enemy fleet. So they'll just drive past it. I mean, they're gonna get torpedoed. They're gonna get messed up pretty badly, but just a fun thing to do for the beginning of the mission. And the same thing here, we're going to give this guy a little waypoint to kind of come out, and then another waypoint to sort of sail parallel. We got to change the altitudes on those waypoints. Oh, don't make another one. We got to change the altitude on those waypoints because the perspective is messed up. So here's the second waypoint. We've gone ahead and flattened him out. Now we can just send him on his way, and we got a nice red line there to be able to tell where he's at. So initially they'll move here, then here, and this guy is on the correct team, right? Yep, so green going against red, red going against green, and this guy here, he's gonna go, zero this altitude out, bam, so that's zeroed altitude, just to make sure we got the right perspective. We'll grab the flat bit, and we'll have him sail parallel to the enemy fleet as well. Outstanding. So now he'll go here. This is a little too far out. We can kind of give him something more like that. So he'll go here, and then this little fella right here will go here, and then here. And the whole time they do that, they will be attacking specifically the U.S. fleet, but I'm actually going to change them to be the IJN minus CV. I do not want these battleships killing the aircraft carriers, so they're not going to shoot the aircraft carriers at all. They're only going to shoot the escort ships. And they are being used to help kind of cull the initial starting strength of the escorting fleet. So the players start off weak and they grow stronger. The AI starts off strong and it grows weaker with time. So this is the starting AI fleet, and they're pretty outstanding. But once they get to about here, we want them to be like 90% destroyed. And these two little battleships, they are battleships, by the way. It's the USS Alaska and the IJN Congo. They are going to help destroy some of these ships that aren't being killed by the torpedo bombers and the dive bombers. The torpedo bombers and the dive bombers do a pretty good job right now, but that's without players. So once we get the players in here, their AA will be very strong, and as a result, it's going to heavily mitigate the ability for those torpedo bombers to do their job, which is by design. We want the players shooting down a bunch of planes. It's fun. It's, you know, it's a good activity to do while you're not engaging the enemy fleet. Now, I'm having problems with marking Bravo. Bravo did not seem to work on the last mission, so I want to CV halt ops. So unit, I gotta take a look at this. When the US fleet and the IJN fleet is inside the Bravo capture area, we want to mark Bravo capture area as a capturable zone. That is the action that happens. It happens every 60 seconds. But that did not seem to work. And I'm going to just take a quick little peek at this and see if I can... Alright, the target is the Bravo capture area. So it's a periodic event. Every 60 seconds, it will check. Is either... Hold on. It's got to be... Yeah, any object, condition type, all. Enable after... Found it. Alright, that's why. So it did it once at 60 seconds. It failed. And then it didn't recycle. So you got to hit enable after complete. I need to make sure I did that with the flank movers as well. Yep. You guys do that after complete. You guys do that after. That's a big checkbox. So that enable after complete is how you get a cyclical event to repeat itself. If it doesn't repeat itself, it'll play one time and then it will consider the script done. If you enable after complete, then it can continue cycling. So that was the major problem there. Make sure we've got that with everything. Okay, now on to the next task. That's going to be adding the aircraft carriers to the minus fleet, the fleet that's not supposed to have aircraft carriers in it, after the halfway point of the mission. Now, the halfway point of the mission is right around 1700 seconds or so. So we just need to go up to... We're not going to use Usfu. I think we're going to use a Siga. No, we're going to use Gurguan. Yeah. I'm going to use Marpo. 1800 seconds. Fuck it. We're going to use Gurguan. So Gurguan Airfield is right here. That is a airfield that is created 1700 seconds after the game starts. And all it does is it adds airfield, and it marks the airfield as capture zone, and then the logic for the Gurguan units to depart the airfield if their team is owning it takes over as well. But Gurguan Airfield is not an event that's enabled after completed because it only needs to be created one time, and once it's created, it's good. But we're going to add in an extra action that is not associated with that airfield creation. That's going to be, I think it's a unit, so I might have to scroll a little bit here, but it's, I believe it's unit add to squad. I'm not seeing it. Route, properties, move, controls. Okay, let me just type in the word squad. Make squad. That might not be what I'm looking for, but let's give it a shot. Okay, that's making a fresh squad, which we don't want to do. I want to add units to a squad. So let me just go through here and read this real quick. Let me see if I can group. No, that's group formation. Alright, let me see. Make squad, set heading of squad, or set head of squad. I'd like to add something to the squad. I'd like to add something to a squad that already exists. And there might not be... I think there is, I'm just missing it. Let me check unit set properties. Let's see if it's in here inside properties. Unit status, army, targetable, and vulnerability. Alright, nope. Visibility, nope. AI parameters, nope. Visual parameters, nope. Unit status. Okay, I'm not seeing it in here. Alright, let's keep looking. Let me see. Maybe in unit set formation? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. Okay, let's go back to the top here. Let me see. Change unit. That is actually changing... Yep, that has nothing to do with changing their squad. I don't think it does. Hold on, let me double check. Target type, bullets. That's just changing the actual unit into something else. We don't want that. Alright, let's keep looking. Let me see. We don't want to get anything from the unit. Make squad from units. I wonder if I just name the squad the same. I wonder if that'll crash the game if I try to make a squad that already exists. I'm going to put that in the maybe pile for now. Let's just hang on to that and let's just keep looking for now. Because my concern is if I make a squad that's already made, that the game will, you know, crash. It won't know how to interpret that. It's like you can't have two of the same names. And unfortunately, you won't find that error. I tell you what, for the sake of just moving this along, what we're going to do is we are going to test it out. But we're going to test it out at the 30-second mark. So we don't have to wait 1,700 seconds to find out if it worked or not. So there's a good opportunity for us to just test this out. So the name of the squad is going to be the same name as the squad that already exists. We're going to try that first. So that is what all the Japanese AI aircraft are attacking. They are attacking the USN minus CV. And what we want to do is we want to add all of the US CVs, of which there are 5. So we're just going to copy US underscore CV 0. And then we're going to type in 1. There's 1. And we're going to paste in 2. There's 2. We're going to paste in 3. There's 3. We're going to paste with 4. And there's 4. And we're going to paste with 5. And there's 5. Okay, so we're going to make a squad from units. Hopefully it'll add those 5 units to the squad. We'll see what happens. Now, I wonder if I can add in the US minus, see if that, USN minus CV, see if I can add the squad that's already there to the new squad that we're making. I don't know, to be honest with you, if this is gonna work well. We'll test it out real quick. If the game crashes after 30 seconds, we will know that the test failed, and we'll see if we can find a new solution. So we're going to copy that, and we are going to do the exact same thing for the Japanese side. Here's the IJN minus CV, and that's going to be the name of this squad, IJN minus CV. And then it's going to be all the same stuff, except it's going to be Japanese CV01, Japanese CV02, Japanese CV03, Japanese CV04, and Japanese CV05. Perfect. And then we are going to also add the IJN minus CV. So we're going to add the squad that already exists called IJN minus CV to a new squad also called IJN minus CV plus the 5 carriers. Don't know if that's going to work, but we'll find out real soon. So we're not going to do much more. So we're going to add this. This is now officially version, you know what, before I do version 2.0, we're just going to call it 1.1.33 for now. We'll hold off on doing 2.0 just to save on numbers. Alright, we're going to come in here to Discord, and we are going to flop that into the dump. And from here, we'll be ready to see if what we did worked. So there's version 1.1.33. We'll upload that. 432 kilobytes. We're well within tolerances. Got to stay below 500. Copy that link a couple times. Got to copy it for good measure. And then we can head on into War Thunder. And from War Thunder, we can launch that mission and we can see what happens. Again, we're looking for about the 30-second mark. If a fatal error occurs, we know right away. So we're going to kill version 1.1.32 and we're going to go to version 1.1.33, confirmed, start. And let's see what happens. Alright, I got Japan, get rid of Britain. 7.0, 1.0, include bots and ships. Yeah, sorry, I got some Crab Nation. Maximum battle time, 2 hours. We're not going to do 2 hours, but just so I don't forget to do it for the actual event. That looks good. Alright, we're going to go ahead and go with that. So we might get ourselves a little fatal error here. That's what I'm anticipating. If that doesn't happen, I will be pleasantly surprised. And then what we will be looking for is to see if the aircraft carriers are specifically targeted by the AI, because that's the behavior that's going to change. Normally, the AI for the first half of the game will only attack non-aircraft carriers. That's by design. That's to just keep one side from like losing a bunch of aircraft carriers right from the gate. It would be kind of annoying. But after the halfway point, I want to make those aircraft carriers fair game for the AI, because those aircraft carriers may be the only things left. And if the AI aircraft are exclusively attacking non-carriers that aren't replenishing, eventually they will run out of targets. Now, what's been happening in the mission up to this point is they run out of targets, and then they just don't do anything. Alright, here we go. We're coming up on the 30-second mark. I believe we just passed the 30-second mark. No fatal error. But let's just give it another 15 seconds just to make sure. There's 55 seconds. There's 60 seconds. Okay. Oh, it's very surprising. Now, that doesn't mean we're out of the woods just yet, because just because it didn't crash the game doesn't mean that it worked. So you can see there, those are the Japanese dive bombers. And then here's the Japanese torpedo bombers. You can see how much more strung out they are, which will help distribute their torpedo loads over a wider area so that there's not so much lag intrinsically in the game. And what we're going to do is we're going to head out over here. We're going to follow them in, specifically those dive bombers. I'm hoping I'm going to go ahead and drop my torpedo so I can climb up a little bit better. I'd like to get up there with those torpedo bombers and see if any one of them... the torpedo bombers aren't very good to follow because they have specific logic to make their torpedo shots very random, whereas the dive bombers are actually very precise. They do a good job. They look very human with their attacks anyway, so I didn't need to really do anything to kind of muck them up. But the torpedo bombers were a little too perfect for my taste, and basically it looked very robotic. Which isn't a huge deal, but, you know, just to put on that little extra pop of flair, I wanted to make the torpedoes look a little bit more realistic, as if it was being done by human players. And I had to kind of brute force that by building in special logic on how the torpedo bombers drop their torpedoes. So they already have a lot of randomness built into it, so you can't always tell exactly who the torpedo bombers are bombing. And it's kind of a scatter shotgun shot, which is exactly what I wanted. That's exactly what we got. Okay, the dive bombers are heading into the clouds, so I'm going to lose sight of them, but we're just going to fly. We know where they are, and we know where they're going. I can't see them anymore, but we should be able to watch them from this high altitude and see how they do. So that's the U.S. fleet down there. You can see all those capital ships, all those light cruisers and heavy cruisers. Those are the main targets right now. But after that 30 seconds, which has already passed, more than 30 seconds has passed, now it should have added those aircraft carriers as valid targets for the AI. Now we'll go back, now after we run this test, we'll put that time back on 1700 seconds so that we, you know, aren't attacking the aircraft carriers right away. But what I'm looking for is to see if any of those dive bombers land a bomb on the deck of those aircraft carriers. Now, if the Japanese don't do it, because there's more than 10 ships out there, so they might hit different targets. If the Japanese don't do it, then what we're going to do is we're going to turn around and look at the U.S. side attacking the Japanese fleet, and they should be doing the same thing. So, as long as one of these aircraft carriers gets hit by a bomb, I'll be pretty sure that what I did worked. And we're just watching to see if those dive bombers should be starting to come out of the clouds maybe in the next 30 seconds or so. See, with the torpedoes down there, it's really hard to see what the actual intended target was, because the torpedoes drop very random, very scattered. It's difficult to know for a fact which ones. But the dive bombers, here come the dive bombers. They're already getting shot at, so they're about to, yeah, they're right around here somewhere. So we should see them popping out of the clouds any moment now. Oh, here we go. There's one, there's two. Here they come right out of the clouds. Let's see, who are they attacking? I don't see any going for the aircraft carriers just yet. Oh, here we go. This guy might be going for an aircraft carrier. Let's see. What are you doing, little buddy? Alright, he just dropped his bomb. I think he's going for a carrier. I think he just dropped the bomb on that one right there. One of these two. That bomb should be landing right around now. See, like that torpedo right there, that might have actually been targeted at that aircraft carrier. It looks like it was. I didn't see the bombs hit, so I'm not 100% sure. Definitely one aircraft carrier got hit by a torpedo. I did not see... Okay, that might have been the bombs landing right there. Or it could have been a crashing torpedo bomber. Kind of hard to say. But I would say that that aircraft carrier right there just got randomly targeted by that AI. He definitely didn't drop it on this ship. He definitely didn't drop it on that guy. He dropped it beyond it, and the only two things that were in front of him were those two aircraft carriers. So he very well could have done that. Let's see how the Japanese side is doing. So the dive bombers are on their way down. Oh, look at that! Look at those bomb splashes right there. Look at those bomb splashes right there. Okay, hey, guys, you know, this is one of those times where CDK is amazing. When you try something weird that you're not sure that it's going to work, and you're actually pretty sure it's not going to work, and then it magically does work, this is actually a pretty good feeling. Because CDK is a bitch, I'm not going to lie. Look at that, look at that. There's no way that that torpedo right there could have been launched at anybody other than that aircraft carrier. Surprisingly enough, those torpedoes are giving me better proof than the dive bombers. So again, we don't want that happening this early in the mission, but we do want it happening later. And it looks like we now have the ability to control that. It's a little easier to see the US bomb splashes too, because they've got hundreds plus 1000s, whereas the Japanese only have 100s plus 500s. So that 1,000-pound bomb gives a pretty good splash. Okay, yeah, look at that. That aircraft carrier's up in flames. Look, even this guy's going for it. Did that guy just attack that dude? I can't really tell. Look, that torpedo was definitely aimed at that aircraft carrier. I would say... Oh my god, look, that's... If that's not the proof in the pudding right there, that freaking A-20 Havoc down there is literally strafing that aircraft carrier. That's about... that's about the only thing that I needed to see. So, yeah, like I said, man, this is one of those situations where you almost expect it not to work, and then surprisingly, it works flawlessly, and you're just like, cool, you know, I'll take it, you know. Sometimes you just gotta take your victories where you can. So, this is fantastic. So we can put this on 1700 seconds. Now, instead of those aircraft carriers being attacked right at the beginning, they won't start getting attacked until Gurgiwan Airfield gets created, and that happens at 1700 seconds into the mission. And that will change the logic of all the airborne AI and have them start targeting carriers, but they will avoid it for the first 1700 seconds. So, fucking aces, boys. I cannot believe that worked so fucking well, dude. I'm floating right now. Okay, perfect. Next task. We need a... I should have checked to see if those flankers were moving, but whatever. It's fine. One thing that I want to do before I get into the weeds with the next task is I do want to spread out these non-attackers, those A20 Havocs, like all these guys here. We're just gonna slide them all right. We're gonna put them over the Japanese ships. A lot of them are set to bail out because these are actually the units that are created by the airfields that spawn in. So if your team captures an airfield successfully, that airfield will create units. These are the units that are actually created. Most of these guys for the beginning airfields are actually set to bail out of their aircraft, and they do it they do it like 40 kilometers away from us, so we'll never actually see it happen. Even if you're looking directly at it, it's just so far away that it's not going to render. So even though it looks kind of ugly with them bailing out, it's not a huge issue. And the reason that I have them bail out is you want them to be dead because part of their respawning logic is to check and see if they're dead. Well, if they're not dead, then they won't respawn, and I do want players who capture airfields to see the I want them to get that immediate sense of accomplishment, which is, okay, I just captured this airfield, and within 60 seconds, units will be created from that airfield, and you can actually watch the units take off and go and fly their mission. And that's just a fun little, just a fun little aspect, just to get that immediate gratification. And we're going to put these guys over these Japanese destroyers, so even though they're like way off the map, those Japanese destroyers have super deadly AA, and they will take care of anybody who doesn't bail out. And then the few that make it through, you might have like one random A20. I didn't want to make a second bailout command to catch all of them, so there are a couple that slip through. And but those guys come from the guys that spawn on these airfields at the beginning of the game, they're the ones that bail out, so that they're ready to go. These airfields don't get activated until like a long time into the mission. So if their units are flying around for 15 minutes, by the time they will eventually die, and by the time they die, those airfields will, not even be halfway towards being captured. So that's kind of the logic there, and why I'm not too worried about having all of them bail out. Basically, just those beginning units need to go. But we're going to do the same thing with the Japanese boys. We're going to take them and just slide them right over these U.S. ships. And those U.S. ships will dispatch most of them very quickly. And those that don't get dispatched will either bail out, or they will kind of limp their way onto a fateful mission and die with plenty of time for those airfields to actually be created. And that just kind of saves me some file room so that we don't have so many triggers running right at the beginning. Because even though those aircraft do bail out, they're little floating parachutes that gobbles up, that gobbles up server space. And the less I can have, the better. And we're just going to grab the last little bit. So now the only ones, so those are only U.S. torpedo bombers and the U.S. dive bombers. This is only the U.S. dive bombers plus the Japanese dive bomber and the Japanese torpedo bombers. And the rest, the little bonus units over here, they're going to come and hang out with these U.S. ships and meet a fateful ending. Perfect. And that'll be happening so far away that you won't even hear or see it. But it'll still accomplish the objective. Okay. Next thing I need to do is now I don't think this is gonna be a major problem when it comes to the way that the mission runs. But just something that I've noticed. Wait, why do I have? Hold on a second. I've got a curious little thing going on here that I just noticed. Got asymmetry somewhere. Alright, there's 10 torpedo bombers and there's 1 dive bomber. And we have 1... Hold on, we're going to have to read all these names real quick. I don't know why I've got... different amount. I've got 10 over here, and I've got 9 over there. I'm missing one somewhere. I'm missing a US one. Which one am I missing? Yeah, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. We've got... Alright, we've got 1, 2, 6. 1, 2, 6, 4, 8, and 9. 1, 2, 6, 4, 8, and 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's all 9 accounted for. Where is this last one coming from? So here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Am I doubled up somewhere? Why are there... Hold on, I've got 2 6s. That's what it is. Usfu, Japanese number 6, and Marpi, Japanese number 6. Okay. I've got an error somewhere. I need to figure this out. Okay, I've got 2 Marpis. And the 6 is the error. The 6 over here needs to be... So I've got Usfu is 6. So I've got Usfu 6, and I've got Marpi 6. This is a key 61, and this is a G... Yeah, okay, I think I made fighters for Usfu, and then I changed my mind and I forgot to delete it. So there goes Marpi, Japanese number 6, to give us back to 9. We'll slide this guy over here just to keep ourselves a little symmetrical so I don't overwhelm one target too much. And then the Usfu over here should be... Here's Usfu. Usfu should be, yeah, bombers. The A-20 and the G4M. Okay. Now let me just go and check Usfu's logic real quick and make sure that I'm talking to the correct Usfu. I'm pretty sure I am because the name was correct, but we're just going to double check that. Usfu for Unit B should be, yeah, Usfu Japan number 6, Usfu Japan number 6, Usfu Japan number 6. So we're good. We can actually confirm that by saving, and we should not get, yeah, perfect. We didn't get a command like collision error, so we should be good. I'm really glad that I noticed that. We would have had one random unit with no orders just flying around aimlessly, because that marp_06 did not have any specific instructions. Okay, let me stay on task. So we got the aircraft carriers added to the targets for the AI at 1700 seconds. Now we need to set some victory and failure conditions. I also want to play around with adding Victory A is the name of this. Alright, so Victory A is going to be a periodic event, but it doesn't need to run every second. We can run it every, I'd say two minutes might be too long. We'll go 45 seconds. That'll be a good desynchronizer. A lot of triggers are set at 60 seconds, so that'll help kind of space it out. Now the conditions for this, in order for Team A to win against Team B, Team A being US, Team B being Japan, the conditions are going to check and see unit win any less. Actually, hold on. That's not the one I want to do. Let me double check and see what I used for my bombers. Unit win any less. Yeah, it's unit win count matches. I used unit win any less before, and it wasn't ideal. Unit win count matches feels a lot better. And then what we're going to do is, in order for the US side to be victorious, all 5 aircraft carriers need to be sunk. So we're just going to say unit when count matches Japanese CV01, Japanese CV02, Japanese CV03. Let me go ahead and check enable after complete before I forget. Japanese CV04 and 05. 04 and 05. Now, we're not looking for one of these units to be destroyed. We are looking for all 5 of these units to be destroyed. So every 45 seconds, the game will check and see if any of these units are less than 1. And if they are, then it will perform the true action. But we want... You know, we might have to set it up into different... Okay, I thought I could split it up here, but it doesn't look like I can split it up here. So that's okay. Super simple. We'll just remove 3, 4, and 5. Alright, we got CV number 1, and then we're just going to copy this, and paste it, and paste it, and paste it, and paste it. And then we're going to say, this is Japanese aircraft carrier 02. This is Japanese aircraft carrier 03. And this is Japanese aircraft carrier 04. And this is Japanese aircraft carrier 05. Now, we're not looking for any of these units to be destroyed. We are looking for all. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the conditions type, all conditions must be met, not any, all. And if the U.S. side successfully sinks all 5 Japanese aircraft carriers, then what is going to happen is the action will be victory. It's mission. It's mission completed. Yeah, it's mission completed. Okay, mission. This is my first time using this one, so I'm not 100% sure how it works. Okay, so mission completed for Team A. So they get victory. We're going to show a completed message. We're going to play the music. Why not? I don't know what a debriefing timer is. What's the timer? I don't know what the timer is. Okay. Alright. That is mission completed for Team A. And then we're going to do action. Hey, buddy. Hey, kitty cat. How you doing? This is Pigeon. Little cat break, real quick. Let's get a little pigeon break. Pigeon's like, Dad, you're working so hard. Give me your crunch. It'll make you feel better. Who's my guy? Who's my special bean? You are. Yeah. There you go. Who's it? Oh, you're just gonna slap it? Okay. You gonna play with it first? Yep, now it's in the crack of the chair. Good job. Fun. Alright. Now for the Japanese side, they are going to hear mission failed. Alright, so if all 5 Japanese aircraft carriers are destroyed, then the mission will be failed for Team B. Perfect. So Team A gets mission completed, Team B gets mission failed. Fucking outstanding. That's for Victory A. We're going to paste Victory A, a copy of that. We're going to name it Victory B. And we're going to do the exact same thing, but mirror the other way. And we're just going to take the Japanese carrier, make it a US carrier. US CV02. US CV03. Oh, God, come on. US CV03. US CV04. And US CV05. Okay. So now we have USCV 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're just going to flip these around. So if all 5 US aircraft carriers are destroyed, then Team B gets the victory mission, and Team A gets the failed mission. Alright, and that's a periodic event, so it'll check every 45 seconds and see if the aircraft carriers are alive or not. Okay, so that's the failure. That is the aircraft carriers being assigned to the right, to the danger squad. And I remember what else I needed to do. Okay, so we had some issues earlier. Again, I don't think it's going to be a major problem when we actually get a bunch of players in here, because the players in ships are gods among men when it comes to shooting down airplanes. I mean, like, you will shoot down like 50 airplanes for every 1 airplane that the AI shoots down. The AI will get them if you don't, but trust me, you're almost always going to get to them first. And the only way that the AI will actually get anything is if, like, you're so overwhelmed by airplanes that your guns just can't hit them all. But the shooting down AI planes is worth almost nothing, which is great because you will be farming kills like crazy. I mean, I was AFK in a mission and I ended up with like 50 some odd kills like within the first like 20 minutes. But because there's so many AI aircraft, and because cycling them in is, just important to keep the pace of the mission, the thing with the AI aircraft is once they drop, I mean, they're subject to the same sim rules as you and I, so they don't have infinite ammunition. So once that torpedo bomber drops its load, it needs to die in order to respawn. And when it respawns, it'll get its torpedo back, but until then, it's just flying around doing fuck all. So in order to fix that, we're going to help them die. Now, the way we're going to help them die is right in that same line with what causes their random scattered shots. So their random scattered shots are actually right here in these 10 lines. Looks like I already did it for... Oh, did I already do it? Oh my gosh, did I already do this? It looks like I already did it for the Japanese side. Oh my gosh. But I put the time as like ridiculous. Why did I put the time so ridiculous? I mean, I know why I did it. I just don't remember. I don't remember doing this, but it looks like I've already done it. We're gonna make the times a bit more. Oh, that's unit bailout, right? Okay, I don't want them to bail out. That's right. Okay, we're not gonna have them bail out because bailing out's a little, meh, right? I mean, it's okay, but we can do better. So what we're gonna have them do is we're actually just gonna have them wait 20 seconds after they drop their torpedoes. We're going to wait 20 seconds, and what we're going to do is we're going to have unit set properties. And instead of having them just kind of puff out of their airplane and, blink out of existence for no tangible reason, what we're going to do is we're going to make something a little bit more pleasing. And we're going to set their throttle to 5. Just 5%. So once they drop their torpedoes, their engines will just drop to 5% and they will struggle to fly. And they'll continue kind of orbiting the carriers and whatnot. And that'll kind of make it... The ones who don't die will look like they've gotten engines hit, and they'll just kind of slowly sink until they crash into the waves. And they'll glide around futilely until that occurs. And they will do that every single time. So that is the new logic, is to set their properties to throttle 5%, which is enough to make an engine sound. So if anybody's like flying next to one, it'll seem like its engine is on, but not enough to actually keep them up in the air. All right, so we're gonna set 20 seconds. and we're going to have them unit set properties. I'm just going to copy that. And the properties are going to be throttle 5. All right, same thing here. We're going to set 20 seconds. And we're going to do unit set properties. And the property will be throttle 5. Here we go. Unit set properties. And the properties will be throttle 5. 20 seconds. Unit set properties. And because they're all going to be at different altitudes and different phases of flight with different amounts of damage, that'll cause their deaths to be certain. Like, they will die, but it'll cause them to get even more strung out and more randomized as the mission continues. And to the untrained eye, it will not appear to be very... that was my problem with the bailout thing. This is why I'm changing the bailout, because the bailout is very overt. You can tell, like, I mean, it's not very well hidden. You know, the aircraft just sort of like poof, and then a parachute appears. And that's not exactly pleasing to the senses. So this way, we can actually get them to die faster in a way that looks more, you know, real. And the reason we want them to die once they've dropped their ammo is because they are no longer serving a purpose. They cannot, I mean, all they want to do is attack, but they can't attack if they don't have ordnance, and they don't get their ordnance back until they die, and they don't respawn to get their ordnance back until they die. So by doing this, they will die in mass, guaranteed. After, you know, maybe 30, 40 seconds after dropping their torpedo, they will glide into the ocean. And once they all die, they'll be eligible to respawn on their cycles. So it seems like I was on the right path earlier. I don't know what version I put this logic in, but it's so old by now. And it was very conservative. Like, I had the times really staggered out. That's why I'm changing all these wait times. Because they were dropping ammo. Like, this guy dropped ammo, and then he waited 111 seconds to bail out. And I staggered those, so that way we didn't see 40 planes bailing out all at the same time. So it was kind of like more, you know, spaced out, which would help space out their spawns, too. But now their initial attack is spread out enough, and their deaths will be much more believable. Instead of them just, like, giving up, they're like... It's like they're running out of fuel, or like they've gotten hit in the engine, and the engine's not putting out enough power, and, you know... Basically, we don't want them to look like they could have made it back to the aircraft carrier. So if you see a perfectly healthy airplane, and it's moving along at 200 knots, and then it bails out, and you're like, why did he bail out? And if you see it one time, it's like, no big deal. But if you're seeing 20 or 30 units doing that, it's a little immersion breaking. So that is why we are in here doing this. And I don't know if I want to do anything else with the properties. I don't think so. But while I'm in here, changing. So we did all the Japanese logic. Now we're doing the US logic. And while I'm in here changing this, I'm just going to think, like, is there anything else that I could do besides just their throttle? You know, maybe giving them a little engine fire, maybe, you know, maybe setting their controls to be like maximum, you know, left rudder or something like that, just to kind of help intensify their deaths. But, you know, I don't want to overthink this. This is a very simple mechanic, and if everything works out like I have it in my head, this is actually largely unnecessary, and this is just a guarantor to help keep the pace of the mission, because in smaller tests without a lot of players shooting a lot of flak, these guys do drop, like, there's so many torpedo bombers that the flak, they get everybody, but it takes a little while. And while, like, let's say you attack with a wave of, 40 torpedo bombers and you're the 40th one to get killed, you might be flying around the US fleet just waiting to die. You might be flying around for 5 minutes. And then the whole rest of your squad can't spawn back in until you die. So this will just kind of help move things along a little bit in a really subtle way. And that's one of the big things that I've been working on, is like, how do I make things happen in a way that's not jarring? And this came to me in a little epiphany last night. I was like, oh, instead of having them bail out, why don't I just... I actually toyed with setting their... I was like, oh, you know what? I'll set their fuel to be like, 1%. You know what I mean? So like after they drop their torpedo, they lose 99% of their fuel. Like, And then I was like, why even bother with that? You know what I mean? Like, why not just lower their throttle? Like, they can't fly unless they're going fast enough. And what's really cool about lowering their throttle is I think it'll cause them to struggle. You know what I mean? Where their throttle's not 0. So they are getting a little bit of thrust, but it's just not enough. And so they'll try to fly around, and they'll just kind of keep stalling and then recovering and stalling and recovering, and you can kind of, it's like their engine's like, and then they just sort of like eventually succumb to the lack of airspeed. And their airspeed won't drop to 0 right away. It's just their throttle drops to 5%, so their speed will just kind of gradually bleed off. And then every single person will, bleed off at different rates, because, maybe one was a little higher, maybe one dropped his torpedo a little later. And so by just letting them struggle with their varying altitudes and their varying, one might have come in at 140 knots, another one might be at 150 knots when their throttles get down to 5, so even if their throttles drop at the same time, they'll end up like the guy who had 150 knots, he'll be able to glide a little bit longer. Alright, so I'm just going to go back and check. Throttle 5, 20, throttle 5, 20, throttle 5, 20, throttle 5, and 20. Because I've been talking this whole time, and sometimes I get talking and I start typing what I'm talking. Throttle 5 and 20, throttle 5 and 20, throttle 5 and 20, throttle 5 and 20. Now what we might do is have I could build some logic for the dive bombers to bail out. They wouldn't be bad to have them bail out to help them cycle, because it's 10 dive bombers. But or nah. I might just have them. I might have the dive. I might just write one quick script to get the dive bombers to bail out as well. All right, throttle 5 and 20, 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 throttle 5, click, throttle 5 and 20, throttle 5 and 20, throttle 5 and 20, throttle 5 and 20, and finally, last but not least, throttle 5 and 20. Okay, so all that's good. We're going to save this as the new version 1.1.34. And all right, let's look at. So here's the bailout for all the beginning units, and I just put as many objects as I could in there. Those are all the beginning airfields. But let's think about the dive bombers for just a moment. So let's set a trigger. Let's not write like SpongeBob. Here we go. Dive. Why am I spelling that out? DB bail. All right, DB bail. This is going to be a periodic event. Doesn't need to run very often. This could be another good 45-seconder. And what we can do is set a condition. And unit think it's unit status. Unit status? No. Unit win status, of course. It's unit win status. Now the status is going to be no bombs. So when there are no bombs, objects are going to be all. We're going to check every single object. Which objects are we checking? Both. So I don't care if the US and the Japanese dive bombers stay synced up. In fact, for the balancing, the dive bombers are really effective. And for balancing purposes, it might be good to do it. So we're going to check and see, are the US and the Japanese dive bombers out of bombs? Are all of them out of bombs? And if that is true, so unit win status, US DB01, Japanese DB01, have no bombs, every single object. Every 45 seconds we check for that. If that is true, then, you know what, should we do... See, if I just do the throttle thing, if I just do the throttle thing, I don't think they will glide around forever, because, I mean, they've got so much speed and so much altitude. So I think they're going to have to do a bailout. But, ooh, that's 10 people bailing out simultaneously. So that'll look a little... So what if we unit set controls? Yeah, what if we unit set controls and we say US and Japanese dive bombers and we say put your elevator full back. We're going to copy this. Put your ailerons full right. And put your rudder full left. Alright, when every dive bomber is out of bombs, all the dive bombers will cross controls. They'll pull back on the elevator, they'll go full right aileron, and they'll go full left rudder. And that should cause them to spin out of control and sort of tumble to their death without being able to recover. We are going to force it. We'll give a check and see how it looks. It should be pretty easy to check. We're going to save this as version 1.1.35. And we'll just skip 1.1.34 for now. Reason I'm skipping it is because this fix action might be stupid. So, if it is, then we can just go back to 1.1.34, which is before I did all this nonsense. But let me just double check. I feel like I'm missing something. Hold on with that. I feel like that went too easy. Yes, enable after complete. Enable after complete. Enable after complete. Perfect. Unit set controls. Yep. Unit win status. All objects have no bombs. Yep. Conditions type all. Yep. Okay. Aha! Bravo! Oh, I missed you. Oh, I did miss you, didn't I? I missed that. I'm glad I went back and double checked. I missed an enable after complete. Now, where is the Bravo spawn creation? Where does that happen? That happens when Cagman... No. Is it Sussup? Where is... I should have put Bravo in its own separate trigger. This is... Alright, somewhere in here is Bravo. Those are units. Okay, hold on. It's up here. It's up here in Usfu, Asiga, Garguon. It's up there with Garguon? Oh, no. That's That's correct. Where did I do it at? Maybe that's why it's not working. It's because I didn't actually do it. Somewhere in here I have mark, I thought it was with USFU. Mark Bravo as a capture zone. Maybe it's with the ship spawns. Alright, let's just scroll. Marcus respawn. Oh, it's CV halt ops. Hold on, CV halt ops might be it. Okay, that's enabled after completed. Okay. Alright, mission Marcus capture zone. We're missing something here. Mark Bravo capture as a capture zone, neutral, can capture on ground, can capture in the air, zone type, capture, domination, capture one time, capture hold. I think it's just capture. Let's put on auto smoke. Don't make a respawn base out of it. Show border on map. We're going to put no penalty on the capture. Okay. Alright, it's a periodic event that is enabled after it's completed and runs every 60 seconds. And the conditions are to check if any of the objects in US fleet or the IJN fleet have made it into the Bravo capture area. I got the math set as 2D. We'll try 3D. I don't think that matters, but maybe it does. 2D should be the simpler one. 2D is it doesn't take altitude into account. 3D will take it into account. Maybe that'll help. But if the US fleet or the IJN fleet is inside the Bravo capture area, then Bravo gets turned into a zone. Maybe I'm overcomplicating this. Maybe what I need to do is pull this out. Let me copy this and let me get a separate trigger. We're still going to keep this whole trigger for the other stuff, which is enabling and disabling the spawn waves. But let's remove marking it as a capture zone, and let's put that into its own little Bravo cap zone. Let's put it into its own little special place. And what we're going to do is we're going to have this, it's going to be a time expire, and 400 seconds, you know what, for the sake of testing, let's put it on 30. And then the action is going to be pasted, the same action that we had before. Mission Marcus capture zone, mark Bravo capture as a capturable zone. That's the target. Perfect. Give it to Army 0 initially, which is nobody, it's neutral. Capture on the ground, capture in the air, sure. I'm going to take off capture in the air, actually. I do not want airplanes going out there and fighting for it, so let's remove that. I don't know what capture by GM is. I think that's ground. We should put only players could capture. Okay. Auto smoke. The smoke will be a good dead giveaway for me. Capture no penalty and show the border of the capture area on the map. Yes, okay, all that looks good. Now it's in its own separate trigger. Maybe it'll run a little smoother. And we'll check and see if that happens at the 30-second mark. We're going to save this as 1.1.36. Hold on, we're going to name this file. Remember Remember to make Bravo cap 400 sec. Alright, just little patch notes for me there, boys. Alright, we're gonna upload this file. Remember to make Bravo 400 sec. We're gonna copy this, and then one more time for good measure, copy that. And let's head in for a quick little test. Moving right along, boys, moving right along. I'm gonna delete this so I don't screw that up. Okay, mission is set, mission is good. Okay, things that we're looking for. We're gonna watch the torpedo bombers. I'm gonna ride in to battle with them, and we're gonna watch them do their drops. And we're gonna see what happens to them after their drops, and see if we get a few of them kind of spelunking into the ocean. Oh wow, that's a nice cumulus. But we're also, before we ride into battle, we're gonna check and make sure that Bravo capture pops up. And that should be happening in the next 15 seconds or so. Should see it here shortly. We should see it directly in about 5 seconds, maybe. Okay, I don't see it yet. But my clock might be a little off. Okay, still not seeing it. This is cause for some concern. Ooh, there she is. Okay. 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 So, Bravo exists now. That's neat. I don't know. Maybe that condition was too harsh. I wonder. No, it can't be that. Oh, man. That's a mystery. I don't know why that worked, but it didn't work the first time. The first time it was asking if the fleet is inside Bravo, make Bravo a thing. And I was thinking maybe because the condition was to be inside of Bravo, and the result was making Bravo, because Bravo didn't exist, the condition couldn't be met. But Bravo, it's not the cap zone. It's the actual orb, the area, and that does exist. It's just invisible to the players. So that should have worked. And I'm sure I screwed up something really small. I'm sure I overlooked like a tiny little detail, but you know, whatever. I'm not going to join these front fellows. I'm going to join some of these back fellows just so I can live longer than 30 seconds. Yeah, this is a good group to follow right here. And this is what you guys will be able to do as players as you get in, is you'll be able to kind of just like find a little squadron like that. And once you find them, you'll be able to ride them into battles like Valkyries. And these guys will help soak up a bunch of the AA. Not only from the AI, but also from the players. Because the players, if they're not manually controlling their guns, the AA continues to target the dead corpses of objects. I do have behavior in there to like randomize the targets at set intervals with % chances for that to happen. But for the most part, a plane will die and it'll be clearly destroyed, but the AA will continue just rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat, just keep like. So if you actually like come into battle behind these dudes and let them get targeted, they'll get decimated, and that'll buy you time where guns aren't necessarily firing at you. And that should help the players to just deliver their payload. We don't necessarily want the players to live. It's not a big deal if the players live. I do think it'll be cool to see players like coming back and trying to RTB, but the mission is only like an hour long. So if you're constantly living and constantly RTBing, while that's, you know, maybe fun like the first 2 or 3 times, like it, you know, if you're always going back home and landing, then you're getting half as many bomb runs as you otherwise could have. So just for the sake of moving things along and helping the players actually do the fun part, which is dropping the bombs, we do want them to die more often than not. And we want returning home to land to be kind of a special moment, as opposed to a chore. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want it to... And that's why we're super forgiving with the SP system. The SP system is basically just there to kind of, like, give us a slow start, so everybody's not like in freaking battleships and fighters right away. But basically, like, if you do anything of value, you will have so many spawn points that there's like no concern that you won't be able to do whatever you want if you die. In fact, dying is preferable, because the sooner you die, the sooner you can actually get into a good unit. Okay, that guy just dropped his torpedo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 5% throttle. If I can just live long enough to see this guy perish. Hey, my torpedo hit. Nice. Oh, yeah. He's slowing down. Slowly but surely. He's slowing down. And he's eating up a ton of energy by doing his little porpoising there. Which is great. It's good anti-aircraft evasion technique. But yeah, we're going... Don't die. Don't die on me. I need to see you die properly. Oh, stop shooting at me now. Stop it. Cut it out. He's maintaining speed. I wonder if him being told to move, because they are repeatedly told to move back to the fleet. I wonder if that's eating into his 5% throttle trigger. He does not appear to be slowing down at all. I got a little overly excited. It looked like he maybe was starting to slow down, but he's also being told... You see how he keeps, like, kind of seeking? Like, they are told to continue flying towards that fleet. Even, and I'll bet you when they're told to move back to that fleet, I'll bet you it's resetting their throttle. The dive bombers are... Here's the dive bombers. I wonder what they're gonna do. They should have their controls. So I think the torpedoes aren't working like I want. The dive bombers are here. They're putzing around. I don't see them doing their little cross controls. So you could see, this is kind of what I'm trying to avoid. You see how there's just like a bunch of AI aircraft that have not died yet, that are just sort of like floating around waiting to eat shit? We want to find a pleasant way to move things along a little bit. Let's, you know, like encourage them. Oh, Jesus Christ. We want to encourage them to expedite their suffering. because the sooner that they die, the sooner that they can respawn and come in and attack again. And if they're just floating around aimlessly with no torpedo... Oh, hey, was that a dive bomber that just did that? Hold on, no, there's a dive bomber right over there. There's 2 dive bombers right over there, the D3A1s. Let's watch him for a minute and see what they do. Because the U.S. dive bombers... remember, it was supposed to be both the U.S. and the Japanese dive bombers needed to have no bombs. But it's looking like... It's looking like they're not responding. And I mean, his rudder is definitely not slammed to one side. Oh, you know what? Look at he does have cross controls going in. So it looks like, what I said at 45-second intervals, it looks like it is trying to do it, but I wonder if that movement... They are also told occasionally to move back to the fleet, and I'm wondering if moving back to the fleet is the same problem for them as well. It's overriding those cross controls. Okay, I'm gonna have to sit down in my thinking chair and think. And think. And think. But what I wanted to have happen is certainly not happening. On to the next part of the test. We're gonna... On to the next part of the test. We're gonna go see if we can capture Bravo. And if we do capture Bravo, we're gonna see what happens when we capture Bravo. I should get 2 spawns. Whether I do is anyone's guess. Yeah, it looks like the Japanese fleet got a little bit of the business. Look at that carrier over there. These carriers are limping right along, limping right along. Alright, so we're gonna sail up into the Bravo area. Looks like we're almost there. Now, only players can capture, so the presence of any AI ships in there should not affect us at all. Damn! Go easy on me now. Jesus! Just go flank ahead here. Yeah, so you see the shooting down these AI is pretty absurdly effective. Like I'm just sitting here. I have 2 piddly little machine guns. Oh no, actually this thing has quite a few secondary mounts. I thought this thing had less mounts than that. There's that A-20, the random A-20. Player anti-aircraft is like insanely more effective than these guys. These guys make a lot of big booms, but they don't they have like 10% accuracy. So they shoot a lot in your general direction, but they're not very effective. They're mostly decorations. Meant to be mostly dying by this point. As the players should have spawn points by now and the ability to get into cooler boats to replace these dudes. But it is fun watching them struggle along. Like you can see them listing. Like, see this guy? He took a big old torpedo hit in the left side, and he's just taking on water, and he's gradually getting sideways. And sometimes the carriers are tough little bastards, but you can see even they get a little bit of the business as well, and they get a little sideways in the ocean. So they're always fun to watch. Damn, dude. Just gonna run into me, eh? This guy's got some big old friggin' shells on. I think that might be the coastal batteries. The coastal batteries are... That's a coastal battery. and it can only be destroyed by players. Yeah, people were saying their hitboxes were a little messed up. There's really... It's just typical gauging stuff. Oh, damn! Their coastal battery just messed me up. There's not much I can do about their hitboxes. You have to like hit the ground next to them. Actually, it seems like you gotta hit their concrete little... It looks like the concrete that they're sitting on has a hitbox, but not the actual turret itself. Oh, we are almost at Bravo. And I do love that, like, in Sim it doesn't target track for you, so you actually have to keep, like, moving your mouse. You have to actually, like, aim your ship, which is something that a lot of War Thunder players are not used to. Oh, that's the Alaska over there. That's probably what was shooting me earlier. He's sailing through our fleet right now. The AI don't target him. He targets the shit out of the AI, but then, but the players will dispatch him quickly. See if I can... It's just a fun thing to torpedo. See if I can repair my torpedo tubes and I can send a couple of fish his way. I'm kind of in a bad spot, but let's just go take care of Bravo. I was like, what is making all that noise over there? Yep, it's the Alaska. Just doing Alaska things. Oh, damn! Just watched freaking bombs land right on that fella. Alright, my torpedoes are online. Let's see if we can... Let's see if those actually hit the Alaska. That would be awesome. I actually got a hit with those. I think he's moving a little too fast for that. I think I didn't fire enough ahead. Maybe I could slow him down a little bit. That's the other thing that I really like about this is you can't like aim at the AI and get that like lead indication. You actually have to guess where your torpedoes are gonna go. So the Japanese don't get like that auto kill shot on the enemy aircraft carriers. Like it's gonna have to be a skill shot, which is just how we want it to be. We want the torpedoes to be strong, but we don't want them to be like a guaranteed game winner. Now I think if you target a player, it will give you it will give you a lead line indication. But players are not part of the victory conditions, so. And if you notice up top, the tickets really don't bleed. There's a metric ass ton of tickets. Tough old bird. But yeah, if you imagine 32 players all going after this guy at the same time, he's not gonna make it that far. I'm taking on water, I need to fix that. Okay, I'm arriving to Bravo here in just a second. That's cool. That looks good. This guy took a big old hit. Yeah, this is what the chaos looks like just with one person in here, so just imagine when we get 64 people in here. It'll be good. Alright. We are arriving to Bravo shortly. Just this much left to go. Now Bravo is not the right shape, which is interesting. I made Bravo a specific shape. I think Bravo took my radius and not my shape. So we might have to take a look at that and then kind of fine-tune the radius a bit better. Because Bravo's supposed to be shaped kind of like this, and it looks like it took the outer radius and it just applied it into an even circle. So I don't think I can make funny shapes with capture areas. Probably a good idea, because, you know, then people just draw dicks and stuff. I mean, I'm halfway tempted to draw a dick. Alright, we are crossing the line. Let's see what happens. Are we capturing? Capturing? Okay. Okay, I think the capture area for Bravo is actually the right dimensions. So I'm not capturing yet, even though I've crossed the visible boundary, because the actual capture area should be shaped more like this. So I think the capture area is the right size, but the circle is just, the visual depiction is not the same. So I might not need to make any changes, I might just need to turn off the representation of Bravo, which will look cleaner on the map anyway. We don't need this giant white circle here blocking up, cluttering up the views. Oh, I think the Alaska died. Nope, still alive. So I had Bravo set to where it's like neither team could kind of hide behind the peninsula, so you kind of have to come out into the open in order to capture it. Sort of did that on purpose. I didn't want people camping. Not that this moving, the nature of the fleets moving doesn't really lend itself to camping and long-range sniping. But every little thing that I could do to sort of mitigate it was ideal. Trying to have a little fun with my AA. This is actually kind of cathartic. I haven't actually really stopped and battled. I've just been like testing. Everything has been a fucking test. This is actually way more entertaining than doing it in arcade and realistic mode. I feel like you actually have to aim. You've got so many guns and like infinite freaking ammunition. Alright, we should be coming up pretty close on where Bravo begins. I believe it begins like right around here. So I do still want to see what happens with that. Oh, this is going to be so cool when everybody actually gets in here. Like, just being among the fleet with all the guns and just aircraft whirring around you and stuff. All these targets to shoot, torpedoes coming at you, dive bombers freaking slamming ships right next to you, people taking off on the aircraft carriers, you know, players coming in and trying to kill the player ships, people capturing these airfields. Like, that's an airfield right there. And it's kind of a gimme for the Japanese. Like, each side has a gimme. So if like an American fighter tried to land on that, obviously we would just rake the whole runway. But that right there is the runway. And the Japanese have a gimme airfield. And the US side has a gimme airfield. This is kind of neutral, it could go either way. These are kind of neutral, they could go either way. And then there's more airfields over here. Well, we should be coming up on... We're getting really close to Bravo. Oh, here comes our destroyers. Perfect. Our destroyers are showing up just in time. These are our dudes that we made earlier. And they kind of come in and attack us. They're arriving at a really good time. This is a perfect time for them to arrive. Right before the main battle at the middle, just to kind of get... Just to kind of like show people, hey, the enemies could be anywhere. And I'll get with classy packs and like ask them about dabbling with the idea of like putting enemy boat spawns like out on the flanks, but as of right now, I'm cautiously not about it. Like, I'm open to the idea, but I'm also like not doing it on my own. I think I'll kind of I'll leave that up to classy packs and see what he thinks. Because honestly, having players and shit spawning behind you is what bothers me most about the EC missions. Like, with naval battles, I feel like having an actual observable, tangible front line, like, I mean, by all means, give the enemies reinforcements, but if I kill a destroyer on my east side and that's where all the enemies are, I don't want a light cruiser to spawn in on my west side and start shooting me in the ass. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what the hell? I thought we secured all that. Now you're magically behind me? I just find that to be generally displeasing. So I didn't make it an intrinsic part of the mission. But if Classy Packs thinks it would be more fun, maybe we could open up some like little sneaky spawns out there. But we'll just have to wait and see about that. Alright, now I should be hitting Bravo like any freaking second now. If I get to here and I haven't hit Bravo yet, then it's not working. So I'm just kind of watching this little capture thing and seeing if it occurs like it should be. Nope, there go more dive bombers. Get them, dive bombers. Get them, dive bombers. Fuck those carriers up. That's our Congo. I don't know what he's doing. He seems confused. I wonder if his rudder is jammed or something. You okay, buddy? Was the war a little too much for you? Well, okay, hey, there's the Bravo smoke. So, Bravo exists, but does the logic exist for me to capture it? So one thing that I kind of want to do is like, I'm actually really glad that we're going to take off the border for Bravo, because the fleets don't go for Bravo. Like, they keep sailing. Like, the US fleet's going to zig and zag a little bit here to avoid torpedoes, but the Japanese fleet's going to like sail this way to open up their broadsides for torpedoes. But you can capture Bravo out here and out here, but that's not immediately apparent. Like, the Bravo zone extends in a big oval shape like this. And I swear I should be in it by now. I swear I should be in it. But I'm kind of glad that it's just going to be this big B, because we do want players to kind of like, we want the US players to come rushing in like this, and the Japanese players to come rushing in like that, so it's just like, bam, people come right around the horn and you're just like close quarters fighting. Meanwhile, you see those aircraft carriers way off in the distance. But I'm right here on Bravo, and I'm not capping. I am not capping. It does look like the AI have stopped spawning. So that is... I don't see any... Like, there's just a couple of AI aircraft left, but you can hear, like, my fleet's anti-aircraft guns have fallen relatively silent. And it doesn't look like... Like, it doesn't look like there's many aircraft around the US fleet. There's not many aircraft around the Japanese fleet. And that's because they are temporarily on hold. Alright, so I'm wondering if Bravo is actually a radius. I am like well inside of Bravo right now, and I'm still not capping, so I'm gonna sail all the way to the smoke just for the sake of thoroughness and see what happens. And this is also good because I did want to see this trigger actually affect, so I don't see any AI aircraft, like any fresh ones. I see some like stragglers that are still trying to die. And that's what we want. We want those AI aircraft to stop spawning in, because this right here is going to be the laggiest part of the mission. Where the two surface fleets can actually see each other for the first time and give direct fire to each other. Everybody's turrets are starting to track. Golly, the US escort fleet always gets wiped the fuck out, man. I'm probably gonna have to remove some Japanese escorts. Alright, that's Bravo right there. We're getting close. Looks like they've got one, maybe that's an Omaha or a Raleigh burning in the background. I can't really tell. But that's the only actual escort ship that I see left, is just that one. So my bomber boys did themselves a really good job. You know what we should do is actually test the ooh shit, hold on, here's an escort. He's just struggling along. The old poor Atlanta. Poor little Atlanta. Looks like my guns finally dispatched that gearing. That's what's attacking over there. Oh, hey, geez, Atlanta. Nobody asked you to do that, sir. I'm gonna need you to chill all the way out. Like, look at you, dude. You're like barely floating over there. Maybe concentrate on dewatering your ship and less on actually shooting at me. Bro, this Atlanta's about to wipe me out, bro. Fuck off. Stop, guy. I'm trying to test stuff here. I am your maker. Do not target your god. Fuck. He is actually gonna wipe the floor with me, dude. Trying to get him. Bro, he's taking on so much water. We'll just help him take on a little bit more. I could use some armor-piercing shots. I really need to upgrade. Oh shit, they got a heavy cruiser coming around the horn. He's struggling too. That's not good for me. Let's see if we can get a torpedo on these American aircraft carriers out here. Let's just chuck our last little torpedo out there and see. Is my rudder broken? Yep, my rudder is broken. Can't turn just yet. All right, that's Bravo right there. I'm like literally inside of Bravo. I'm gonna steer towards it when my rudder comes back online. Oh. Does not look like I'm capturing Bravo at all. Okay, but let's go and destroy that aircraft carrier fleet, and then we'll just see what happens. Got 146 spawn points. Let's grab a Keiko. Spawn a little closer. We'll spawn right here. We got some options to us. Got a whole bunch of torpedoes on this ship. Alright, let's get those torpedoes. Let's chuck them in the fucket bucket. Just gonna launch a bunch of fish that way. Turn around. Let's let our... I think we got 8-inch batteries on this bad boy. Let's let our batteries self-navigate. Alright, all the port side torpedoes are gone. start working on the starboard side torpedoes. The gearing is right freaking next to us. Where the hell's the gearing at? He's right here. I think he's like ramming our air. He's like ramming speed! Where the hell is he? I think he's maybe on the other side of this ship. I can't even see him. No, he's right on the... He's literally ramming our aircraft carrier. He's right... That's his mast right there. Well, that looks like... Oh, that's a spawn of... What are those B-25s up there? How did you guys get in the air? I didn't capture any airfields. Ooh, that's a good sounding gun. Keiko sounds like a monster. Why is my C turret? Can it not spin the other way? Seems like a design flaw. Let's just get these torpedoes will be much more effective than my guns. Just bring that thing to bear right there. Bro, the turret rotation speed on that guy is atrocious. Atrocious. It looks like an angry little elephant down there. Alright, here we go. Let's give some business to the aircraft carriers. Alright, we'll go 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. Oh, hey. Hi. Hi, Congo. Fancy seeing you here, sir. Oh, you can target these guys. Wrong control zone. — 9,711 yards. Give me that close boy. We're ready for more torpedoes. This might take a little while. The sun is setting. The sun's over there setting. And it looks like the AI are about to resume their attack. Yeah, it looks like the dive bombers have come in at least. Yep. The AI are starting to resume their cycles. Right on time, right on cue. Well done. Oh, at least that trigger's working. So something's going on with Bravo. I don't know what it is. So the Bravo is there. Let me try this real quick. Let's jump out of this ship. Let me grab an aircraft and fly through Bravo just to make sure that I'm not able to capture it with my aircraft. I shouldn't be able to, but I have no idea if I can or not. This ship appears to be riding the struggle bus here with its yeah, we are definitely gonna get dumped off the aircraft carrier deck. Oh god, pull up. Okay. we have in here? We got some big bombs. Cool. Didn't even check that. Alright, the AI should start attacking the aircraft carriers now. Let me go fly through Bravo. There's Bravo right there. Shouldn't be able to capture it. But we're just gonna go and confirm that. Just for the sake of completeness. If I could capture, but based on the normal radius, I should already be in it. The math is 3D and it's a squat zone, but I'm 700 feet off the ground, so it's definitely not that tall. Oh god, those rays look really good coming through those clouds like that. Looks really good coming out of the back of his neck there. Hey kitty cat, what's up? Hey, let's go. It's one down. One aircraft carrier down. I believe this one just died. No, it's another one that died. I think it might have been one that got left behind. Alright, let's go fly through Bravo, just make sure we're not capturing. Alright, definitely not capturing. I am sure about that. Now let's see if we can hasten the demise. I'm gonna kill this aircraft carrier back here. Which one is dead? I see 5 aircraft carriers. And they're all making smoke. Hold on, there's 3 over here. I've got the 2. One of these 3 is dead. I think this one might be dead. No, it's still shooting. Maybe that one's dead? It's definitely on fire. No, it's shooting too. Well, I don't know which aircraft carrier is dead. But one of them's dead. The Enterprise, whichever one that one is. Alright, let's see if we can get in here and get a little 800 kilograms of fuck this guy in particular. Onto the deck of this ship here. Oh, get the bomb out! Yeah! Boom! Boom! Good job. Alright, still don't have too many spawn points here. I would just like to see... I guess I could kill my own carriers, but I feel like that's going to be slower at this point. Bro, all my aircraft carriers are hurting, bro. They are like, I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to be like that. You might want to get that checked out. Oh god, dude, it starts to look so good at this time with the sun setting and the orangeness on their smoke. It looks really, really good. Okay. So our test was ultimately a failure because it did not seem like the throttles were being taken care of, and it did not seem like the dive bombers got their collision. So I might have to go back one more version to where I had them on bailout, and then roll with that. Oh, our team has lost all the bases? No, that's not true. That's that's bizarre. I don't know what happened with that. I know my bases are struggling over there, but oh, Jesus Christ, hold on. Damn. That aircraft carrier legit just he just went under. Look at him. Look at him go. But we still have 3. I think it's just because it's cycling. Oh, he's coming back up. He's just going into submarine mode. That's okay. He'll be alright. I have never seen an aircraft carrier fight so hard to stay alive. That dude was completely underwater 30 seconds ago. He was completely submerged, dude. He's like, I'm just gonna... This is part of Sea Bernie. We're just gonna... We got some fallout on the aircraft carrier deck. We're just gonna go submarine mode for a second and just kind of wash everything off. That's how that works. I'm trying to think of why that message popped up like that right then when it did, when it's obviously not true. Look at my coastal guns doing their duty. Those coastal guns do not fuck around, so players will definitely have to players are gonna have to do something about them. Like, obviously they, like, it's not like one shot killing over here, but oh damn, but those are some legit coastal batteries. I don't remember what their caliber is. I want to say it's like 150 something. They are not small. They do a pretty good job if left. I mean, like, they're super easy to kill. It'll just take, like, somebody to actually do the task of doing it. Aircraft can take them out, but it'd probably be a lot easier for a ship to do it. Alright, let's go take a look at CDK. I think it's going to be a while for those ships to die. So this right here, the unit set properties, that did not seem to work as intended. And my suspicion is because right here, they are being told to attack target and to move to the target. And they're being told to do that pretty repetitively. So I think we're going to go back a couple of versions. What was the note here? Remember to make Bravo 400 seconds? Right. I think 1.1.34 was right about before I made that major change. Let's double check. Nope. Let's go back to 1.33. Yep, okay, here's the bailout. So what we're going to do is we're just going to change these times. So 12. We're just going to leave it as bailing out. I was excited to see... Oh no, don't do that. I was excited to see a different method but if it's not gonna do what I want, I could probably brute force it if I really stayed at it, but honestly, at this point in development, it's probably not worth the time. Let me see, let's make sure all those still, oh, yep, see, one of them says 19, this one says 18, change that to 1, change this to 18, change this to 1, change this to 19, and then that should be 20. That'll help desync them a little bit. Alright, so we got 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Perfect. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Perfect. Alright. Let's go to the... That's for the US drop logic. Let's get the Japanese drop logic. Alright, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. Hey, kitty cat, I hear you. 12 and 11. Now let's just double check. We got 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Perfect. Okay, that's good. Our drop logic to halt the operations of the CVs worked, which is great. So unit, win, and area, it does all that. But the capture zone's fucked up. So let's revisit this capture zone thing. What else did we do? Oh, it was the dive bombers thing that we did. It was also the victory conditions. That's what we're missing. I'll go in and set the victory conditions again. Let's go victory A. That's something that we lost. Periodic event, yeah, it's gonna be a 45-second event. The action is mission complete. Mission completed. And mission failed. Alright, so this is a victory for Team A. Team A gets a victory. Team B gets defeat. Team A gets music, sure. And a message, why not? And the conditions for this are unit, win, count matches. The unit's going to be USCV 01. So whenever it's USCV, whenever less than one USCV01 is alive, we're gonna copy that condition and paste it, and paste it, and paste it, and paste it. And then this is gonna be set to CV02. This is gonna be set to CV03. This is gonna be set to CV04. And this is going to be set to CV05. So if any of the US CVs, if all 5 of the US, so enable after complete, all conditions must be met. Perfect. Alright, we're going to copy this, paste it, and we're going to call this victory B. And it's all going to be the exact same thing, except it's going to be Japanese. Japanese. There we go. 4 and 5. Perfect. And then mission completed for Team B. Mission failed for Team A. Outstanding. Okay. Enable after complete. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Alright, I know there was an enable after complete that I was missing somewhere, so we're just going to scroll through these triggers until I find it. Oh, here we go. Alright, Bravo B. Bravo A. Okay, yeah, both of these need to be enabled after completed. Right, this one's missing bailout. Yep, don't need that to be enabled after completed. But I am going to add more bailing out to it, I think. Nah, I'm not. Fuck it. I'm good. I'm good. Alright, CV halt ops. We're going to fix this. I'm just going to delete this for now. I'm going to copy it before I delete it, but we're going to delete it. Okay. So this is working. And it seemed to work better when I had it in 3D mode. So we're going to leave it in 3D mode. That is something that I did notice. This is condition type all and objects type any. Yes. 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 Alright, and what we're going to do is we're going to make a different Bravo capture area. I think that might be the problem. Not 100% sure. But let's go take a quick little peek at what Bravo look. Hold on, before I do that, let me scroll through the rest of these. Enable after completed. Make sure everything is checked. Marpo airfield, yeah, that doesn't need to be enabled after completed. IJN fleet properties, that does. That does. IJN CV spawns, yep, all that. Okay, okay, we're good. So we're solid there. Let's take a quick little look at Bravo. So this big orb here is the Bravo capture. It was supposed to be the Bravo capture area. And you can see, I mean, when we did that test, we were up in it. I mean, like, there's no mistaking it. We were fucking there. We were in there like swimwear. Didn't work. Curious cats. I don't know why, but it's okay. That's fine, because what we're going to do is we're not going to make this a part of the we're not going to make this a part of the capture zone at all. I'm still going to call it Bravo capture because that's how the triggers are written. But we are going to slide it a little further this way so that it actually executes sooner. It's a little too far. Let's make it a little, yeah, let's make it a little bit more like, yeah. And I'll just, because it seemed like the AI aircraft were petering out, but it took them a while. Now, with the players there, it should happen a little faster, but let's just stop them from respawning a little sooner by sliding it a little bit now that way. Now, what's going on with Bravo? All right, maybe it's because I need to make it. Okay. I definitely just slid that the wrong fucking way. I thought I was looking at it backwards. I was like, wait, why are the Japanese battleships on that side? Yeah, we need to move it further this way. That's better. That makes more sense. Yes. Stop it sooner, not later. Beautiful. Okay. We're going to leave it named Bravo Cap. I know that might sound confusing, but that's how all the rest of the triggers are written, so we're just going to leave it like that for the sake of simplicity. And then, let me see, between our two spawn points right about here, it's not going to be exact, but I guess it can be exact. Fuck it. Like, I have the means to make it precise. Yeah, we'll make it like that, and then we just shrink it down. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay. This, maybe if I make it an actual orb. It'll behave better. I don't know. And we're going to call this the real, because my naming scheme is genius, real Bravo capture. This is how we stay organized, folks. This is what happens. So we got Bravo capture, then we got real Bravo capture, so just remember that. Make them come out from the land a little bit, but yeah. So both teams have equal access to it. It's right there, just tucked in the middle, and we'll allow the aircraft to participate and stuff. So let's go take a look at the trigger. So we deleted the Bravo capture thing, and now we're going to call a new trigger Bravo capture, and this is going to be an event that opens up after 400 seconds, and the action is going to be to mission mark as capture zone. Beautiful. The target is going to be real Bravo capture, and the army is going to be 0. Perfect. The time multiplier is going to be 5. No respawn base. Everybody can capture. I'm not going to put any filters. That might have been what fucked it up. So it's just everybody can capture. Auto smoke? Yes. No border, because the border was, you know what, actually, let's show the border on the map, because now we actually have it as set as a proper shape. Capture no penalty. We do want that. We don't want to create a respawn base. I really don't know what zone types are. Capture, hold on. Does it tell me? There's not always very many instructions on this zone. You gonna tell me? Supremacy, capture like a domination, but without tickets bleeding, and with capture and event. Okay. What's domination? You're just gonna tell me what supremacy is. Let's do it as just capture. I'm just gonna actually just fucking delete that, because I don't know what I'm doing with that. Alright, so that's Bravo capture. Now, the Bravo spawns for A and B. These are conditional things that are looking at Bravo capture, but it's no longer Bravo capture. Now it's real Bravo capture. The respawn bases are already set. I thought, but now I do not see. Yes. Oh, it's the ship spawn. Okay, yeah. We might need to make unique. Yeah, hold on. We're gonna make unique. We're gonna make a unique identifier here, to avoid some possible collisions. That can be deleted. This can be deleted. This can be renamed center spawn. It's not spawn restricted, but it is limited to ships and boats. That's if Rio Bravo capture belongs to Army A. Same thing down here. Real Bravo capture belongs to Army B. And we're going to delete the east center spawn. Boop. And we're going to make this the real Bravo capture. And we're just going to name it Centa spawn. Alright, and those are both enabled after completed. Perfect. Okay. Bravo capture starts after 400 seconds, creates Bravo capture, gives it to no one, puts smoke on it, gives no penalty in the capture, shows the border on the map. Then Bravo A checks to see if real Bravo capture belongs to Team 1. If it does, it marks Bravo capture zone as the center spawn permanently and gives it to Team A for ships and boats. Bravo B checks real Bravo capture belonging to Army 2. If so, it makes real Bravo capture the center spawn for Team B for ships and boats. Perfect. My head's starting to hurt. Okay. The only other thing that I need to do is make sure that Bravo is oriented not to favor any particular side. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to come in here. We're going to click on the real, yeah, see, ships would be spawning in facing that way. We don't want that. We're going to turn it around so it faces kind of neutral, just in the same sailing direction as both fleets. Outstanding. Okay. What is left on the docket? I think the torpedo bombers bailing out. We did that, but we didn't do the dive bombers bailing out. So, trigger. Delete one of those triggers. Don't delete that. CDK hack. Don't ever delete a trigger without closing this window first. Then you can delete the trigger all day long. Stress-free. Just don't ask me why. Just don't ever do it. And I almost just did it. In my haste. And then the whole program would have crashed and I would have lost all the progress that I just made. So unless you like losing all your progress, don't do it. Okay, trigger 1 is going to be a dive bomb bailout. So it is enabled after completed. It is a periodic event. It's going to run every 45 seconds, a good desync time. The action, oh, nope. The condition is unit win status. And the status is the Japanese DB. Let's start with US. Keep it symmetrical here. Is the US DB. Do they have no bombs in the world? Yeah. Checked objects, all. It's going to check and see if all US dive bombers have dropped their bombs and their bombs have detonated. I assume. I don't know. I've never actually used this before. Okay. If that is true, then we will bail out. And the objects will be the US DB 01. Bail out. If it is false, we will do unit, move unit, oh, I wanted to do comments, that's right. I actually don't think we need a false statement in here. I think I'm overcomplicating it. Okay, this is called USDB bail. We're going to copy USDB bail, boom, paste it down here. We're going to call this Japanese DB bail. It's all going to be the exact same stuff, except for it's going to be the Japanese DBs, boop. And the Japanese DBs are going to bail out. Perfect. And then their spawn waves are set up. Where are their spawn waves? Ah, here's their spawn waves. Their spawn waves are when the unit count matches less than 1. Spawn in, attack target with all. The IJN, spawn in, attack target with all. And then unit move too after they've attacked. Okay. Okay. Comments. Okay. Trigger, we are test comment. No idea how this works. Might crash the whole fucking game. So, the event is time expire. We're going to delete that, and we're going to make this time expiry at 30 seconds, and the action is going to be super simple. Comment. And how does this work? Value test. Oh god. Why are you thinking? And why is it green? It's done thinking. Okay. We're just going to go ahead and just give that a quick little safety save. I don't know why that's green. And clicking on it is lagging my computer. Oof. Why? I'm scared of this. I'm legit scared of this. What other actions do we have? Hold on. Mission. I'm trying to. Mission hint. Let's try a hint as well. Mission hint. Aha. Okay, hold on now. We're going to call this test comment because I don't know what's going to happen with that. We're going to copy it, we're going to paste it, we're going to say test hint. We're going to make this one go at 60 seconds, and the action is going to be hint. Mission hint, and it's going to be called test hint. Status is going to be show time. I don't know. 20 seconds. Maybe it'll go away after 20 seconds. Team, both. Okay, let's see what that looks like in the game. I frankly have no fucking idea. And this is how we learn. This is also how we rock. Okay, here we go. Blah. We are doing 1.38, and my file size is smaller. What did I remove? Oh yeah, it was all that Bravo bullshit. Okay. File size is smaller, moving in the right direction. Here we go. Modify the mission. Hold on, I've been bothered by my lineup quite a bit lately. I would really like to get a some more options here. The Satsuya. I think the Satsuya is really cool. Should come along. The Agano can be fun. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna put that Keiko back. The Agano. I'm gonna throw it right there. The Akutsuki, we got that. Shimakaze. I'm gonna see if I can get that Yudachi on here. Yeah, I don't need the Ayanami. Yudachi, Mikuma. Okay, I got a bunch of the Congo I could probably get rid of. So aviation-wise, let's get our B5 into, and we'll slap him where the Congo goes because we're not bringing a Congo. The A6M3, we got that. I want to bring B7A2. Alright. And then we're just gonna upgrade this guy here. Alright. I'm a little happier with that lineup for the mission. Okay. Did we copy this from the Discord? Just make sure that's copied. Copied. And custom battles, here we go. Create session, modify. I really wish I could hit Control A here and then just delete it all together, but I guess that's just how it works. Man, if you guys have stuck with me through all this, I applaud you. Question your sanity just a little bit, but I do applaud you. All right, we are testing comments and hints. I don't know what's gonna happen. This comment might pop up and completely crash my game. I don't know why it was green. It's very bizarre. All I'm looking for is like some text to pop up and then fuck off. Let's just spawn our ship. I don't need to fly around for this. Alright, we're looking for the 30-second mark, which should be coming up any second now. And then the comment should be right about now-ish? Maybe? Does anyone see a comment anywhere? Is it on the map? I see... No, is it in the sky? Is there a comment? I need more comments for the comment god? What? Okay, so the comment did not seem to work. Let's see what's happening with the hint. That should be coming up right about now-ish? Hint? Anyone? Hint? I'd like to buy one hint for 1,000 Alex. Does anyone have a hint for me? Is it on the map? Do you... Hello? Hint, hint? What the fuck? That's a bit of a problem. Okay, well, the hint did not work. Whatever, this is all fucking fluff anyway. I'm gonna sail towards Bravo just to make sure that it worked, but we are gonna head back to the CDK and we're gonna go fix those goddamn dive bombers. So, okay, test hint, that's a failure. Close that window first. Always close the window first. Test hint, deleted. Test comment, deleted. Okay, Japanese and US dive bomber bales. Let's not do when they have bombs in the world, because apparently they are taking that very literally, and the bomb has to be in the world, not on the airplane. So we're going to go no bombs. All objects must have no bombs. Same thing with the Japanese side. This is why we test stuff, boys. I have no idea what half this stuff does, and a lot of it is not explained. And we're going to see this is 0.39. Okay. I'm going to take a quick little look, and we're going to make another little test trigger here. I'm going to take another quick little look and see. Surely there's like a way to like put text up on the screen. And just say like, you know, fun stuff. You know what I mean? Like, hey, launch your torpedoes, or oh my gosh, there's the enemy fleet, or whatever, like. I'm not seeing anything. I'm sure there's something in here, but here's play hint. bass sound. HUD element. Ooh, HUD Windows hide. Huh. That's interesting. What does HUD Windows hide do? Should I? Should I? Could this be? Could this be fun? Am I being a dick? I don't... Let's test out hiding the HUD. I don't know... I don't properly know what this does. I have a sneaking suspicion as to what it does, but I've never messed with this before. Alright, should I... How close am I? Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a lot of stuff loading in all at once. It's all of their smoke loading in at the same time. Oh, it was all tabbed out. Beautiful. Alright, we're pretty far away from Bravo, so we're not gonna go. We're not gonna go all the way there. But I wonder what happens when we do this. People were asking about hiding the HUD, and I was like, oh shit, I don't know. I tried to do it in the actual, like, files of the mission, and it didn't listen to me. Because people were concerned about, like, radars. Yeah, this could be interesting. This will be definitely a big Classy Packs decision. Because he might be like, no, do not do that. People need their HUDs. Which, you know, that's fair. But he might also see it and be like, that sounds neat. And let's give it a try. I imagine this is just forcing everybody to Alt-Z. And I'm wondering, and I put it at 45 seconds because I want to see, like, if it forces it off, can you just turn it back on? Alright, so 45 seconds is the mark. This is gonna be cool as shit. If it just, like, legit just turns everybody's HUDs off. I have a feeling this is gonna be anticlimactic. I have a feeling it's just gonna do nothing. There's so much stuff in CDK that just does nothing. I mean, we're coming up around the 45-second mark. I feel like we are past the 45-second mark. And my HUD has not been hidden. This is what I expected to happen. Just gonna give it another 30 seconds just to be... Just let me double check that I even wrote it correctly. Periodic event. HUD, Windows, hide. Yeah, periodic event every 45 seconds. Well, it's definitely not hiding my HUD. Did it hide anything? Okay. That was too good to be true. I should have known. I should have known that that was nothing. Alright, so let's just get rid of that. Let me see. What other fun stuff is in here? Tactical map control, registration kill counter, set cutscene. See if I get any musings of any other ideas. Otherwise, I think we're ready to call this version 2.0. What's playing sound? Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know. I gotta have to know the names of the files. Play hint. What is that? Hint type standard, name, variable name, action, show. Yeah, see, I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea what any of that is. Player options. What's this? Ooh. Okay, nothing really interesting in there. Okay. Not seeing anything else crazy. I think everything is working. We're gonna delete that little trigger and just kind of make a quick little recap of what happened. Something that I kind of was toying with the idea of was making rescue operations for units in the fleet that died. But the more I think about it, the more complicated something very simple should it be. Mostly because the places where the people are going to die. Here was the idea. Just kind of maybe somebody will, maybe I won't do it for this mission, but maybe somebody will be like, oh yeah, you could totally do that, and here's how it's done. All right, so you got your escort fleets, right? And I don't know where they're going to die, but they die, like they're intended to die. And when one gets scuttled, I wanted to make its death area into a capture zone that goes for either team and marks where a unit is lost, and then allow the players to pull into that capture zone and make it small enough so you have to actually stop and then if you capture it, that's you like rescuing the sailors of the scuttled ship. And if the enemies come in there and they capture it, then that's like them imprisoning the sailors of the sunken ship. And that's just a way to like create some random capture zones for the navies as they're moving along in a way that has like a story to it. Now, obviously, you won't see the sailors in the water and you won't see the nets and stuff like that. But that's, well, you know, I mean, use your imagination. And the problem now, objectively, that seems like kind of simple at first. The problem is you have to have an area that's defined as the capture zone. We saw that with Bravo. And in order to have an area, you've got to say where the area is. And all that seems well and good, but you also have to know where that unit's going to die, and you don't. So then when the unit dies, you'd have to set up a trigger that moves the area from wherever it was to where the unit just died. And I don't know how to move areas once they've been created. And I think it would be a lot of X, Y, and Z coordinates. And I don't know how to do that. But also, you'd have to do it. You don't know when the unit is going to die. So all of this has to happen, you know, based on like several conditional things in a row. And it's such a small thing that I don't know if it's you know, worth it. I mean, I could take a quick little look just for the sake of curiosity. But I don't know how one could move an area. So like area, duplicate area at position. That's something. See, like that's possible. And then what you could do is you could say like, hey, if this unit is less than 1, then, and you could create a bunch of capture zones that are like off, you know, off in the distance. I did not know that that was a thing. Duplicate area at position. I'm feeling froggy. I'm feeling froggy. Let's fucking let's test this out. All right, we'll do a small test. We'll do a really small test. Like what if we did an area and I just made it, you know, real small. Like I was saying, just a little orb, just like that, right? And the orb is only, it's on the surface of the ocean, first of all, and it's only 50 meters in radius. So it's 100 meters from one side to the other, which, you know, in ship scale it's pretty small. You'd have to like aim for it. You'd have to specifically smaller than like a normal capture zone, right? And then we put it out here because it doesn't matter where the fuck you put it, right? Because we're gonna move it, but we don't know where we're gonna move it yet. And then we say, okay, condition. Unit when count matches less than 1. Okay. Easy enough. I mean, picking up what I'm putting down. Right? And then we come over here and we just grab our let's grab our lead ship in the class. Actually, I'm gonna grab my trailing element because it'll be easier to get to. And we say this unit right here, Japanese CL number 10. So when the object Japanese CL number 10 is less than 1, then we want to area duplicate. We want to duplicate area 1 at the target which is Japanese CL010. Okay. And then we want to wait 5 seconds, or 20 seconds, whatever, who fucking cares. And we want to say mission mark as capture zone. And we want the target to be area 01. And we want it to be marked by smoke. Okay. All that seems pretty straightforward. We would just have to do this for every single ship in the fleet, but let's test it. It can't be that. I almost talked myself out of doing that because I was like, it's going to be way too complicated. The only thing I'm concerned about is duplicating the area. Like, the fuck does that mean? What is... Can I move an area? I don't want to duplicate it. I want to move it. Move area. There's a move respawn base. Move capture area. Duplicate area. Get own area. Fuck it, let's go test it. I don't know what's gonna happen. Again, we might crash the whole goddamn game for all I know. And this might just be one of those like things that just doesn't work. Hold on. We need a way to kill that unit. So scratch that for a second. That's a periodic event, and we're going to do another trigger, trigger 02, that's going to be after time expires. And the time is going to be 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, we are going to unit do bailout. And we're going to tell Japanese CL010 to bail out after 30 seconds. Just so we can... instead of me having to actually kill the Japanese aircraft carrier, we'll just force them to be dead. Let's see what happens. I don't know. So I think this could be a fun way to give some, like, dynamic, objectives to the ships. That's not just, hey, capture this random circle because reasons. Instead, it's like, hey, capture this random circle because you are rescuing sailors. Did I load up the right one? I don't know if I loaded up the right one. I feel like I didn't. I feel like I don't remember hitting backspace. Alright, I'm gonna... Sorry, Snackmeat's just like nailed this dude's dome. I was watching her. Yes. Fine. I'll just create a new mission. Screw you. Yep, I did not load the proper one, so I'm glad that I came out, because it's got to be 0.41. Right, so instead of it just capturing a random circle just because circles, it's, hey, capture this random circle because you stopping there is literally rescuing strict... Hello, cat, I hear you. Yes, you are a cat. I checked and you are cat. It's capture this random circle because you have, sailors in need of rescue here, and the reward is spawn points. And like, the ships need objectives to help them get their spawn points. But I don't want to just create senseless bullshit, whatever objectives that have no meaning behind them, just for the sake of giving the ships spawn points. That just... to me doesn't seem pleasing. This could be a very viable alternative, and the scripting would take some work. But if it works, I'll do it. Fuck it, I'll do it. I'll do it if it works. All right, where's my? I think that's my boy right there. I think that's my like he's the trailing element, so he should bail out. Oh shit. That was a lot more violent than I thought it was going to be. Connection to the server was lost. It tried to move the area, and that killed the connection to the server? Interesting. You'll be returned to the menu. I don't think that was server-side lag. I think that's a broken... I think it was trying to move the area. I think I know. Okay, so I think I'm close. Hold on. I think I might be close. So I think the problem is that the unit died, and then it was trying to move the area to the unit, but the unit didn't exist. Right? So what if instead? No, can't do that. All right, think on it. Think on it. All right, we're moving an area to an object that doesn't exist anymore. And we want the area to be where the object was. But the object has to die before the area can move. Okay. This might be heavy-handed, and some programmer somewhere that's listening might fucking roll over in his grave. But what if we move the area continuously with the unit until it dies? Then once it's dead, we mark it as a capture zone wherever it was left. So, follow me on this. Okay, so we duplicate area. Okay, we're going to get rid of duplicating area. We're going to get rid of 20-second wait timer. So this is checking if the unit is alive. Hey, CL10, are you there? Every second. CL10, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? If the answer is yes, I am here. Hold on, go back. If the answer is yes, I am here. If the answer is yes, I'm here, it's going to move the area. Duplicate the area at the position. And it's going to move area 1 to where CL... It's going to move area 1 to where Japanese CL10 is at. And I'll just kind of keep moving that little bubble along. But the second that answer becomes no, I am not alive, in fact, I am super dead, I have exploded, then instead of moving the area, it will mark it as a capture zone. Maybe, maybe not. One way to find out. We test. All I do is test, 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 no matter what. But I'm honestly, I'm thinking, if this works, this might be something that I have a conversation with Classy Packs about, and to see if he wants this to happen, because this might be a little too convoluted for his liking. And honestly, it might be a little too heavy-handed for the game to even handle. I mean, it was trying to move the area to a thing that never existed anymore, and instead of it like having a fatal error, it lost connection to the server. So that's interesting. All right. So the area should be moving now. Let me double check and make sure that, yeah. Oh. No. No, it's not. Gotta enable after complete. That didn't work. Okay. We're gonna save this real quick. And we're gonna upload that. Hold on, I needed to enable after complete, and I did not. So let me load up 1.4.43. So what just happened shouldn't have done anything. In fact, the connection to the server was lost. Interesting. Don't know why that happened. Not sure why we lost the connection to the host there. Why did we just lose connection to the host? Hold on. Okay. Let me just make sure my math is adding up here. Okay, so trigger 1, every 1 second it asks, is CL number 10 alive? If the answer is yes, it duplicates area number 1 at light cruiser number 10. If the answer is no, then it turns area 1 into a capture zone. Seems straightforward. And trigger number 2 is just destroy CL number 10 after 30 seconds. That's super straightforward. It doesn't get much straightforwarder than that. Huh. This might make things a lot more simple if it just straight up doesn't work. If it's just something that I can't do. That might actually make my life simpler, because this is what happens. I get this little idea in my head of like, ooh, I want the airplanes to take off on the aircraft carrier, and then I sit down and I start trying to make that happen, and a week goes by and I have nothing to show for it. So if the server crashes again, oh, it's actually still loading at 0.41. Okay, so I didn't even load the new version. That's actually refreshing. This, I feel, will be just the ticket. If this works, this is gonna be kind of cool. I've always had a bone ever since Naval came out. I was like, Naval is fucking awesome. The objectives are dumb. This objective is neat. This would be a meaningful, story-driven objective that has, value to the players, but also logic for those who enjoy, like, why? Yes, capture, but why capture, And I feel like it's very self-explanatory. Like, hey, that ship just blew up. There are survivors. Go and pick them up. Like, you do not have to. If you don't, it's like you're not gonna lose. Oh, connection to server was lost. Because it's... So moving the area is killing... Oh. Interesting. It didn't boot me that time. But moving the area is definitely fucking with the server. And I wonder... Okay. Let's take another quick little peek at duplicating area. I think that's the problem. What is get own area? No. Don't like that. Alright. Move. Move respawn base. Nope. That's not gonna be it. Alright, unit mark for event. Unit mark for event. Bombing event, unlimited control. Nope. Unit duplicating the area is definitely causing the issue. Because marking as a capture zone doesn't hurt anybody. Ooh, mission battle area? What's that? No, that's that. I know what that is. That's nothing else. Ooh, what about mission destroy? Area. Hold on. What if we destroy the area before we duplicate it? No, I think it's destroying things in an area. Okay, that's not it. I think it's like I can destroy units inside of an area. Huh, alright. Mission mark as landing zone, mission mark as waypoint, mission units for strike. Hold on, what if we forget the area? What if we make the... Can I make Japanese CL number 10? No. Okay, it has to be an area. I've got to define it as an area. Fair enough. Fair. It was worth the question. All right, mission. Move respawn base. God, why isn't there just move area? I don't want to duplicate an area. I want to move it. Let me move it. What were the options on that duplicating area? Is there like a way to like position offset, turn offset? No. Is there like a delete the old one when you make the new one? What is mission battle area? How can we... Is there a way I can create an area? Alright. When you can't find the answer, Google might be just a ticket. Alright. We're going to put in parentheses CDK War Thunder, how to move an area in CDK. He wants to move an object. First, I can precisely move object. Okay, he's talking about some super basic shit. Variables. How do I control the camera? All right, let's take a look at what's it called again? Duplicate area at position. Duplicate area at position. This is not what I wanted. I've been here before, but maybe we can read about area. Duplicate. Duplicate area position. Here we go. Counts the number of units killed by a specific team and assigns the value to a variable. What? What? That's not... Yeah, that's this one. Select the area which will be duplicated. Select the area or unit where that area will be placed. Seems like what we wanted. This could be interesting. Used to store the name of areas that are the closest to the selected target. Select the target, distance minimum value, minimal distance from area to target, maximum distance from area to target. Used to get the area name where the selected unit. Okay, hold on. Let's just... Mission destroy. Remove all physical objects in the cell. Yeah, that was what we were looking at earlier. if an area is within another area. How do you move an area? Those are conditions. I want to, like, add an area or move an area. God, I feel like this is it. It's just not working. Okay. Might need to give up on this. This is interesting, like this get nearest area by mask. If I select a target, store that area, then ask the question when the target dies, recall that storage and make that into a spawn point, and then just use the, or make it into a capture point, and then use the rolling spawns as the capture points. Golly, dude, I feel like duplicate area at position is really fucking close to what it needs to be. Alright, area. Select the area which will be duplicated. Target. Select the area or unit where that area will be placed. Area name. Variable? Ooh. Hold on. Duplicate area 1 at Japan CL 10. Variable out. I don't have any variables, but that might be the problem. Let's look up variables real quick. How to create a variable. Choose on the side toolbar variables. You can find it under the Triggers tab. Now you should be able to see a window with multiple tabs that can be pressed. Add for adding new variables, edit for editing, blah blah blah. Press add to add a new variable. Let me okay. Choose on the side toolbars various. You can find it under the, oh, here we go. Look at that. Sure do have some variables. Okay. Add a variable. Set the variable name to T1 unit string 01 and its type to string. Okay. T1 unit string 01 string. Now you've created a new string variable. Did I? Select created variable. After selecting, there should be a new field where you can set its value. Set the value to T1 unit 01. Okay. Now you need a new action where you can assign this variable. Go to Triggers, Mission Objectives, and find Unit Set Properties action and create it. Press Object and select T1 and scroll down. It should assign a variable to this action and give it a simple property. Now we need a unit and make it a player unit. If everything went without an issue, your issue shouldn't be able to fire, and that will mean that you properly assigned the value. Well, that didn't fucking. might need to... read about this. Oh my god, this is complicated. Oh, Jesus. Alright. After selecting, there should appear a new field where you can set its value. I set that. Set the variable value to T1 unit 01. Now you need an action where you can assign this variable. Wait, example of use, adding variables. Hold on. It will store the current amount of areas. In this case, you just set. It will store the name of the first time check all areas, and then check if no one in area. Bro, this guy wrote out this variable guide and then used like the most crazy fucking convoluted example of how to use it. And I'm like, that seems absurd. It's like, let's learn basic addition. Okay, now let's get an example of using basic addition using this complicated ass trigonometry problem about fucking trains from different cities that are loaded with bananas that are gonna collide into each other. You're like, wait, hold on, wait, go back to, wait, what was 2 plus 3? Hold on, man. Wait. Wow, dude, this is insane. Okay. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with that. I'm checking to see if there's like a list of variables. Hold on, let's see if there's like sets a bool value. Great, what's a bool value? Using this action will remove everything from the selected variable. Perfect. Variable set integer. Using this action will remove, overwrite everything from the selected variable. Variable set real. Using this action will remove everything from the selected variable. Right. Using this action, select a string variable by which you want to input a value. Set the text. Jesus Christ. Okay. I wonder if I can just... Okay. This is it. This is what I need. I just don't understand this. So I think what I need here is like, when I duplicate the areas, I think it's fine to copy the orb, but I think making two areas with the same name and then trying to make it into a capture base, it doesn't know which one to do. And so I think the thing that I need here is like, hey, when you duplicate that area and you name it, I need you to name it something special based on these variables. And the variables could be set to, you know, just add a number. Like, hey, when you duplicate area 1, put it here, but instead of calling it area 1, make it area 2. Make it the same dimensions, same height and everything like that as area 1, but just put it here and call it this. And I think that's what we need. And then when you say, hey, make area whatever, make that new area into a respawn base, you can say make area 2 into the respawn base, which you probably also have to do with variables because area 2 doesn't technically exist until the mission gets going. So you couldn't say, hey, make area 2 the capture zone if area 2 is not in the CDK initially. So you'd have to like use a variable to be like, hey, when this happens, you know, use area number 1, but then use this variable to, like, use the same variable to, instead of it being area 1, you try to use area number 2. I think that's right around... I'm sure I'm like overly simplifying it, but I think that's what we need. If you want to input value from other variables, makes... Okay. Here we go. Like this. Select which variable you want to modify. Select what type of operation you want to do. Yeah, addition. Yeah, like add. That's it. So we want a variable modify and just add 1. Holy shit, this might actually be it. So variable modify. Let me slide this over here. All right, let's get rid of this before I do shit that I don't understand. Let's get rid of that. And let's add variable name. Add 1. We'll just fucking try to make it real simple here. Now, this is a integer variable. And we want to just simply no, I don't think that's right. We want to, okay, there's no, okay, hold on. Okay. Variable set integer loads values from the ongoing battle. And overwrites the current value. It just loads values from the server. That's what set integer does. I don't know what the 1 does. Makes the action load values from server. Interesting. Okay. This is interesting, but it's making my head hurt. Okay. This is it right here. I'm not sure how to get here. This is an action, a variable modify action. Like, this is exactly it right here. We're just adding 1. Why is it so fucking complicated? All right. Current variables. We got t1 underscore unit string, a string value. Now I want to set the string to the name of a unit that has a higher number by 1. Okay, let me fuck around with this. Let me cancel this real quick. Let me delete you real quick. Alright. I'm about to get into the fucking weeds, boys. This is inadvisable. Okay, let's take a look at actions. Variable. Is this the right place? Here we go. Variable. Variable modify. We just want to add 1. But what is this? What the fuck is this? Like, this is so simple. But okay, I think we gotta add string for area underscore 01. Okay, hold on. Area underscore. And then the area is area underscore 01. Okay. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not even in the right ballpark, I don't think. I think I'm so far off the beaten path with this. It's such a simple concept, but telling a computer to do something very simple, it's like, just fucking, I don't have an area 2. Again, I think the root of the problem is I'm trying to make a capture place out of 2 things that are named area 1. And the game's just like, no. And so this will allow me to kind of direct how future events are going to happen. Like, hey, I can duplicate the area, no problem, but when you duplicate it, I want you to add 1 to it. Like, why that's not just like an intrinsic part of like the language. It's like, hey, duplicate an area and just fucking add 1. Like, why isn't that a thing? But it seems like it is. It's just you got to do it in this fucking roundabout way. So variable out is the variable that I can apply to creating the new area. I think maybe so we come in here, we got all these variables here, and we can say variable modify. And we could just say add 1. But I think I gotta set... okay, but first I have to like... And then when I go to make it then when I go to mark it as a capture zone, like, I don't know how to say... that area is right there. I didn't realize that would appear right there. Well, then that could be it. Oh, my fucking head, dude. Oh my god, and I feel like if I ask for help with this, like, somebody's just gonna start talking at me like a mile a fucking minute, and I'm not gonna understand what the fuck they're talking about. And I'm just gonna be like, uh-huh. Okay. That's the target. But the target... Alright, I'm over it. I don't know. I'll get with somebody about maybe doing some shit like that, but I think I'm just I think I'm biting off more than I can chew there. There's so much stuff to read here. And it looks like it looks like one more rabbit hole leading to another. At the end of the day, I got the mission cooked up. It's fucking working. I might just want to like call it a day before my brain turns to mush. Like, I don't have to do that. It would be fun. And I think the people would be like, this is a refreshing change of pace from like typical War Thunder. But I don't have to do it. The mission will run just fine without any of that bullshit on top of it. And at the end of the day, like, I don't think anybody really cares if there's a bunch of like, oh my gosh, yeah, even. Hold on, I might need to close out of this. Just fucking around with all the variable stuff. I feel like. Oh, don't load up the asset viewer. Damn it. I feel like nobody's going to be expecting a bunch of... There's already enough crazy stuff going on in the mission when it comes to like the rolling spawns and the cycling aircraft carriers and stuff like that. Things that nobody does in War Thunder. Like not in regular missions in any way. You know what I mean? Like the spawns just go where they go, and then you like really don't get any more. They definitely don't move. So just that alone is already pretty fucking advanced for me, at least. But it seems like with those variable stuff, there's a lot of potential to start making stuff instead of having everything predefined in the CDK and then having to constantly reference back to it. It seems like with the variables I would have the ability to create stuff on the fly and do it with a predictable naming scheme so that it can be referenced through variables itself. That's what it seemed like to me. It was like, hey, like when you go to mission mark as a capture area, instead of you saying exactly what the target has to be, you can say what the target will be based on variables. And then say, hey, when this happens, I want you to duplicate this area, but when you duplicate the area, I want the output value to be that area plus 1. And store that value. And then when you go to mark it as a capture base, I want you to seek that stored value and say area underscore 02, which does not exist in the CDK. Like, I haven't made an area 02. But the actions that are happening in the mission will be what results in area 02 being created, and then once it's created, like the game can reference that and be like, oh, there it is, there's area 02, like you made it and then you told me to look for it and there it is, mark that as a capture zone. And it just seems like a fucking crazy way going around your elbow to get to your ass kind of deal. But I think that's the long and short of it. And my head hurts. It's like absurdly straightforward. In general terms, it's like, hey, just fucking add 1 every time you make an area. Just add 1. But of course, CDK being CDK, nothing can be simple. All right, I just gotta come and check all these triggers real quick before we save it and call it a day. All right, let's go ahead and just check for enable after completion. That's good, that's good. Yep, all that's good. Make sure everything, alright, there was missing one here, it's the bailout. Yeah, we don't need that enabled after complete. Alright, we got some all statements in here. Alright, make sure that that's right. So, yep. But unit distance between, is there any objects? I'm wondering if I should change this to all. These are also any objects. Any objects. Any objects, yeah. I think I'm happy with that. I might get one or two random scatterbug torpedo drops, but it's fine. Alright, enable after complete, enable after complete, enable after complete. And more any statements in here, which is, yeah, it's fine, because there's only one conditional statement in there, so that's fine. All statements, yep, that's right. All those need to be true. Now, the IJN torpedo drops have been more effective, and I'm wondering if that is because of this. Any object being within 2,000, but in the IJN, we've got the distances decreasing. We've actually got it set to all objects being within 2,000. So I'm actually going to change this for the US torpedoes to be all, because I feel like a lot of the Japanese torpedoes are fucking slaying, and I think this is the primary reason why. So for the US, we're going to say, hey, when all objects are within 2,000 meters of the enemy, drop your torpedoes, instead of any objects being within 2,000 meters. And hopefully that'll get more connections. And we've got all statements need to be true, and they are. And we've got status when anybody is damaged. That's fine. Yeah, when anybody's damaged, that's the trigger. Like, if all objects are within 2,000 meters and any of them get hit enough to cause damage, that triggers that unit to release the payload. So that's all correct. And I'll bet you that actually helps even things out quite a bit before we actually move into balance testing. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Alright, let me see my CV halt ops. That's just the TBs. Just the TBs. Just the TBs. Do I want to make that more? Is the question. Do I want to add the dive bombers in there? And I think I do. Because the dive bombers are quite a bit of lag as well. and that middle section is going to be packed. So what this is telling the script to do is when we reach the middle of the map and we're about to, fight in the middle, it's going to halt all of the spawning of the torpedo bombers and all the dive bombers in order to just hold some room for hold some processing power. So instead of like those 100 aircraft being created, nobody will be created. It's just be the airfields creating spawns. We could even halt those if I really want to, but I think that's more than enough. And I think I moved the area. That happens when that happens when the fleets reach this zone here, this Bravo capture. So right when the Japanese cross this line and right when the US cross that line, when anybody crosses them, and that's the thing. It's a unit win-in area. We might change it to condition type all. Hold on. Remove the IJN fleet. We might copy this, paste it, and then make one of these the IJN fleet. And we're going to say any object from either of those two fleets but both statements being true. I don't think that was totally necessary what I just did, but it's done. My only concern with that is the escort ships getting left behind, but they should die. I could probably... Nope, it's fine. And then right when the US crossed this line and the Japanese crossed this line, like kind of at the tail end of the engagement, when we're about to lose line of sight with each other, could probably make it a little bit bigger, honestly. I could probably just slide this a bit over and then make the whole thing just a scotch bigger, and have it be right there where when the Japanese cross this line and when the US crossed that line, and we've kind of just are losing sight of one another, the aircraft can resume their operations, and by then the bulk of the shooting surface to surface should be done, and then whatever stragglers make it back here to the end, because this is going to be, if the mission doesn't end there or in this zone, because both fleets are going to be heavily crippled when they get to that section there, but if they continue to sail, whatever remnants are left when they get here, this is like the final countdown. Like once it gets here, they're so fucking close to each other. They're like 8 kilometers away from each other at that point, which is like knife fighting range for the US. Plus, this whole island here is just bristling with coastal guns to just peck apart anybody that's left. These airfields getting captured pretty much produce bombers, like good bombers, that will go after the aircraft carriers, and the aircraft carriers get assigned to the fleet. Did I keep that? Adding... Where was that supposed to be? That was with Garguin. With Garguin Airfield. Make squad from units, yes. Perfect. Yeah, so when Garguin right here goes live, the aircraft carriers get assigned to the negative aircraft carrier squad that's being targeted by all the AI. And that should very well. And that happens at 1700 seconds, which is 28 minutes. So 28 minutes into the fight, the aircraft carriers will become valid targets for the AI. And at that point, it's like, hopefully you have more aircraft carriers than the enemy does, or your aircraft carriers are in better shape than the enemy's, because here comes the AI to peck apart whatever is left. I'm gonna have to get with a teacher about variables. I'm gonna wrap it up here because I think we're done. I'm gonna save this as officially version 2.0, 2.0.00. This is ready. All the lag should be sorted, and all the performance issues should be good to go. Everything functions. I couldn't get the hints working. I really wanted to get messages on the screen. I wanted to say things like, oh, use your smoke, stuff like that. Like when the fleets were exposed to each other and they got into that area, flashing a message across, be like, all destroyers and light cruisers, mask our aircraft carriers with smoke. Just something that's kind of intrinsic to the mission. It's not like that we can't talk about it. 64 intelligent people, so we could all just sit there and be like, hey, when you see the enemy fleet, be in position to, mask your aircraft carriers. Because if you don't mask your aircraft carriers from direct surface fire, guess what's going to happen to them? They're going to get direct surface fired. But as long as you have, you position yourself in a destroyer ahead of into the inside of the aircraft carrier, you can generate smoke and have the aircraft carrier traveling along with you. And even though people could technically shoot it, they can't see it, so they can't really target it as easily. And I would like to make that an intrinsic part of the mission, where just the mission says that. But we can also just discuss it. I think we're good. Fucking super nervous to see this thing run. Like I said, I'm going to get with somebody about learning how variables work in an effort to maybe start incorporating that. I just don't think that this mission's gonna be it. And that's okay. But it seems like a really useful tool if I understood it. But I just think my small brain, it seems unnecessarily convoluted, to be honest with you. But if it can make me have more options to be able to do fun things, more creative things, then it might be worth learning. I just don't think I just don't think I have the bandwidth for it tonight. Anyway, that's about 4 hours worth of CDK. I wanted to give you guys just a quick little peek into what I've been doing for the last month, because this is basically it. Just doing that every day, 2 or 3 hours a day. So if you guys have made it this far, bless you. And what are you doing? But if you guys are going to come out and play the mission, I hope this video kind of shows just how much thought and work goes into every single little action that you're going to see in the actual CDK itself. And maybe just make you appreciate it just a tiny little bit more. And if something is broken or something doesn't work right, maybe it makes you just a tiny bit more forgiving over my error. But I've tested this damn thing fucking over 100 times. I've seen every variation of the sunset. And yeah, I think now it's just a matter of getting our testers in and filling the event up and continuing to probe for lag. Lag should be taken care of, hopefully, but we'll continue to kind of poke and prod out a little bit more and see if there's anything else that we can do to kind of clean up little bits, sweep up a few more corners. But then we can start working on balancing, and thankfully balancing has very little to do with me, because I've got it pretty damn close, and then I can just let everybody be like, you know what, I think we should do this. Cool. And then I'll just go in and just like, hey, you want the AA for the Japanese side to be a little stronger? Done. There you go. AA is a little stronger. And then we can just kind of keep notching everything up and down until it feels good. And And I can't really do that on my own. That's something that we have to do with a mass of players because, you know, if you're only playing it with like 3 or 4 people, it might seem like this side is weaker, but then when you get a bunch of players in there, all of a sudden this side is super strong, and you made a bunch of balancing decisions to make them even stronger because they appeared weaker when there weren't players in there. But the players change the whole dynamic. The players are very, they are wild cards. So now we get to have fun with that. Anyway, thanks for watching. 07.